I don't know if we're live or not. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's probably just be auto-private here. So, cordon bleus. And what's this one? Broccoli and cheese. 6 and 6. I'm not going to make all 12. I'll do 3 of this, 3 of this. You can have one, I'll have one, you have one, I have one. And then there'll be 2 left over. You can, whoever, no one gives a shit. I'm also, because it's going to take some time, let's also make some, what is this? 4 cheese pizza. There's 12 of these, same thing. I'm going to make 6. Just put them, because these are easy. Put them in the microwave. So we got here. Let those cool. Okay, so we got those. 6 of them, 3 and 3. If we want more, we can have more.
Yes.
And if not, that's fine. But okay, well, that's all right. So no one's here. It doesn't matter. But I'm going to show you how to do the. Okay. So this here is the green screen. This see the guy with the junk.
Yes.
So you click that. You can actually upload your own background, but we're not going to do that. So the green screen is on.
Yes.
If you flip it this way, flip it back to us. Should flip. Okay, Simon, I'm in a green screen.
Ah.
So you're in a green screen.
Yes, I am.
I'm in a green screen.
Yes.
You flip this way. I mean, maybe if I were to here, let me focus on you. Yeah, you're in the green screen now, yeah. Mm-hmm. So the green screen works pretty well. And if you want to shut it off, same button again. Now, here you go to this. Remember that one time?
Yeah, we didn't know what to do.
You turned it on. I know it turned on. Okay, so that's good.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to make, there's 12, 6 and 6. I'll make 3 and 3. 3 cordon bleus and 3 broccoli and cheeses. And Hot Pockets, I made, I microwaved up 6 out of 12. So we'll have, we'll each have, wow.
3 and 3.
Right, 3 of these and 3 of those. We can always make more. So let's see here. Let's look at the instructions. I got to preheat an oven. Got to make sure the fan is on. What does preheat? Let's take a look here. I'll put the fan on when I'm ready to preheat. It's weird holding a camera and trying to read this. It's like, where is it? Okay. So this is telling me, okay, what does this say here? Preheat.
Says 3.
3 to 6 breaths. Yeah, let's call it 40 minutes. 40 minutes?
Yes.
I see it. Okay. So it says here, make sure it's 165. It should be right. Preheat to 375. I don't know if this oven is a bit off, or I usually go a little higher. So let's preheat. We'll do 385 or 395. All right, so we'll let that preheat, and we'll start arranging. We'll just do, 3 and 3. So bring them on. Let me see here. Just messing around, showing my brother. Okay, so there's some other, Now I'm supposed to go up and hit a bathroom, so I told my brother I'm not going to get drunk. Well, I'll probably drink during, but if I sit down now and stream at the PC, but this is really just to show my brother how to do it on the app. I'm playing around with the app. There's some asshole named Run and Gun. I think he's one of your buddies in Australia. He the Arab or whatever he is. He's telling me what I got to stop vaping. Anyway, here. So wait, which one? It doesn't matter, but let's just take a look here. This used to be some other. Tyson took it over. It used to be something else. Who used to make it? It used to be some. Who was
Barber Foods.
Barber Foods. Now it's Tyson. And this is a cordon bleu. So okay, these are 3 cordon bleus. Actually, I might as well space them. I got plenty of space. 3 cordon bleus, and we're gonna do 3. These are chicken broccoli, right?
Cheese and broccoli.
Cheese and broccoli. No. I'm reading here. It says chicken, broccoli, and cheese. So yeah. Well, they all have chicken, right?
Yes.
Chicken and broccoli, and, yeah. Like I said, you'll have a chicken and a cordon bleu. I'm sorry, broccoli and a cordon bleu. I'll have a broccoli and a cordon bleu. And then we'll have, either or. Whoever, we don't give a shit.
Exactly.
We like them both. Whichever one, maybe it'll be a mystery surprise. No, I do not own this house. I've mentioned multiple times. This is a house my parents rented 25 years ago. We used to live here when we were younger. We moved out. We moved back in for my father to stroke. I got them into a senior-friendly place. I'm still here. We got to get out. But we have things to sell with the landlord, and we were sort of left in a big limbo when I moved my parents out. I've explained this 1,000 fucking times. In fact, I'm pretty sure I've explained it to you. This is why I get tired of these stupid starlings asking the same fucking questions over and over and over. No, this is a rental house. We really don't want to be here. It's too much house for us. But then again, part of the problem, the rent has gone up. The landlord's been pretty good to my, my parents, quote unquote. Yes. I deal with him now. He knows my father to stroke. Basically, I've assumed the lease. And he's been pretty good with us with the rent. This place, if we were to try to rent this place flat out now, today, a place like this, it would probably be like, twice as much.
Yes.
So it's like not rent controlled, but it's like de facto rent controlled. Because we're looking around. There's actually this one house off a road not too far from here. It's part of a farm property. And I'm a little 50-50 because the farmer lives behind, so you can watch us. I don't like the landlord being right there. But then again, we're two white guys. I'm a Spurg. My brother's a Spurg adjacent. A lot of places don't want to rent us. I'm thinking maybe the farm. But his dumpy little house, like 2 rooms and a bathroom,
is
as much as this place. And I'm like, but that's the going rate nowadays. So it's actually cheaper to stay here. But this place is getting to be too expensive. I want, like you said, you were saying, buddy. Here, let's see. Green screen is like that.
Yes.
Done. We'll flip this to us. And what I was saying is, this place is still too much. The grass, we got to cut all this shit. The place is a fucking mess. And I got to clean the bathroom. But yeah, see, that's the green screen works.
Yes, I do.
And if we want to shut it off, we hit the button again.
Yes.
And we hit the stop here.
Stop
there we go.
here. Okay.
That's where we had the problem.
It goes away.
Okay. I don't know what this is. This is this.
You can
Retouch on, retouch off. This is what mutes it, but that's just when a microphone is crossed out. And this flips it around so they can see that. Okay, that's the flip. Okay, I think you can put a. Let's see, there's a light. Okay, we're waiting. See this. Watch. Here's what's weird. Let me show you something. I hit this light here, right? It's like a flash. You can go here. Let's see if I can do this. And I can put. Can't turn on flash because the light is being used by another app. All right, let me flip this around. Now I think I can put it on because it's not being used. See, now I can put it on. Now it's on from the phone. But if I flip this again, it shuts. Oh, it's still on. Good, because it was shutting it off the other night. So, okay, so that's the light. And this is the green screen. And that's just stop the green screen. Okay. I don't know what retouch means. Does this look better or worse? Retouch on. Retouch off. We'll sit down a bit. We'll do some question. There's like this weird question thing you put on. Can't see it on a desktop, but you can see it through the app. But I should download a. There were other apps I know you can use. Like when you said, what's his name? When Todd would stream, his app would actually have the chat scrolling up there. Prism, yeah. This one doesn't do that apparently. But oh, yes, we're gay lovers. We got married because it's legal now. Yeah. How many times I have to explain? You're just trolling that. How many times do I explain my fucking story to you, motherfucker? No, I'm not going to slow down when I speak. Like, go somewhere else. Don't watch this. But I want to show. Okay, I want to show my brother how to use this bullshit. Let me flip this around. There I am.
Howdy.
You see the fucking comments and stupid.
Yeah, I can see. Slow down. Blah blah blah. How do you ban on this?
I don't know. It's a good question. How do you time out on this? That'll be the next experiment. Anyway, waiting for the oven to preheat. And shut this off. Click that.
And then we hit
off.
Okay,
there we go.
All right, there we go.
Good. Okay. So yeah, well the hot pockets are ready. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna put this in the oven and I'll have some hot pockets. I shouldn't have a beer yet, but I'm kind of tempted. Yes. I'll eat first and I'll have a beer. What is this? See what this says here?
Yeah,
show live video. I don't know what that means. I looked it up. Show live video. I don't know what that does. Show live video. If I ever, I mean, I can show a video on my phone, quote unquote. In other words, the video is not live. A pre-recorded video I could share.
I guess.
I don't know what that means. Yeah. And what is this? Oh, it's gonna save a highlight. I'll check it out later. You can delete those. This is a weird highlight feature. I guess something. But where's the highlight begin and end?
I don't know.
At least 1 minute of video is needed to start a highlight. I don't know. So I gotta play around with that and do a highlight. And what's his name? Run and Gun wants a green screen. He thinks we look better in green.
It's all magical looking. Run and Gun. Oh, he says remove the green screen. Whatever.
Well, I think that means he secretly wants it. Anyway, the oven. Oh wait, we got a problem here. We might have. You might watch the house burn down. Let me see something. Hold on. Hold on. Done. There we go. A little bit of smoke is coming out because it is hotter than it should be. The oven is kind of. Oh wait, shit.
What is that?
Hold on. Let's pull that up. That's what happened to it. I was like, where is the other? This I'll pull out. This has to go in the garbage. See what I did? Forgot this was in there. I knew I had one left over. No, what happened? This is disposable. And I reused it for something, for bread, but this has got to be thrown out. It's all burned up. So I forgot where okay. See, I'm cheap. I don't like cleaning, and I don't like, throwing something out. Like a Jew, I'll reuse something 3 or 4 times so it becomes totally filthy. And then I'll forget. So I leave it in the oven, reuse it, and then eventually it gets to that point where, okay, no longer salvageable, but I don't have to clean it. It just goes right in the garbage. So let it cool down and junk it. Back to that.
Yes.
Off the yeah the.
Yes.
But it happens. I'll probably burn the house down one day, but who cares? They're just too. No one gives a shit about
No,
this. It's
no,
just a
they don't.
bullshit. Yeah. Yes, it's disgusting. We might need, because we're responsible for the oven. Like, I think my parents bought this 10, 12, 13 years ago.
Yeah.
It's not quite working right. It still works, but you got to put it up higher, so we may have to replace it anyway. So part of me is like, why spend a bunch of time fixing and scrubbing when we're going to have to replace it? We just get a new oven and not use it, when we move out, because the oven is a disaster. But, when my parents first moved in this house 25 years ago, the original oven was in. That died at some point. They bought the second oven. That died. This is the third oven. And they were responsible. The landlord's responsible for major repairs, but I think oven and refrigerator is on us. There's no guarantee of a stove or oven and no guarantee of refrigerator. So my parents bought this oven and my parents bought the refrigerator. I don't know how we're going to take the fridge when we leave, because the fridge still works, but the oven will probably have to replace. No, I'm making dinner. What I did was, first, Hot Pockets. Remember these Hot Pockets? There's 12 here. I'm just going to I made 6. They used to come with like a cardboard sleeve, a pocket I used to call it, and you slide it in. Now they just come, Anyway, I already nuked up. I'm going to have some. I nuked up 6. I'll have 3. My brother will have 3. And to augment, I'm going to have some of these. 3 of these are chicken and broccoli cheese, and 3 of these are chicken cordon bleu. So cordon bleu, broccoli, and cheese. I'm waiting for the oven to preheat. Well, that's tonight's dinner. Some Hot Pockets, but then I thought we would eat those while these are going to take some time to bake. These will take about, it says 36 to 39. We'll call it 40 minutes. About 40 minutes. I'm going to let it go for 40, then I'll shut it off and I'll let it stay in the heat. So, but we're still waiting for the oven to preheat. Let me get the fan going.
Yes.
They want me to walk around and show the house. I'm not sure if I'm ready yet, because first, I don't like walking away from an oven. Yeah, I don't walk away from, as disastrous as this might look, safety first. I would never leave an oven and gas just unattended.
Yeah.
So this is not the right time to walk around the house. I might go into the living room, which is right next door here, and eat, but I'm always, I'm not going to go up to my bedroom. I'm not going to go over to the study and stream when an oven is on. That's not appropriate.
Yes.
I take it you don't cook. Hey, look, when I was a kid, and even a teenager, in my early 20s, I didn't cook. My mommy did it for me. And the one good thing about moving back in was I always loved the one thing I'll say to my mother, she's a fucking dingbat. She pisses me off to high hell, but I loved her cooking. And I wish she had taught me more, but that was always her thing. She never wanted us in the kitchen. I do the cooking. That's my role. So she was a very good cook, but she never passed on her secrets. And I complained. I said, it would be nice if I had a mother to teach me. She goes, well, my mother wasn't a good cook, so I had to learn myself. I said, yeah, but there's a difference. Your mother didn't know how to cook. She would cook things, but not very well.
Didn't have the option
right.
of a good cook.
So you didn't have right. So it's not like she had the knowledge and didn't teach you. She didn't know. So you learned for yourself. I actually had a mother, you stupid bitch, who could have taught me something but didn't. So that's all. But so I had to learn. A lot of it's from memory. What our mother used to do. I'm thinking a recipe she would make. A lot of it is just trial and error from memory. But whoa! Let's take a look. Well, first, green screen is like that, and flip is that.
Okay.
That's showing the whole oven. Penny Pounder wants to say hi.
Oh, let's see. Show us where the magic. I usually walk away from the oven. Oh, Tootie's here. Not nice. Oh, goody.
If you're baking, you could probably walk away, but right now it's still preheating. First, I don't walk away when it's preheating. You let it preheat. Just like we had some smoke coming out because I forgot. Here, here's where we shut it off.
Yes.
Hit that, hit that, and then hit done.
Oh,
so there's 3 steps. This button,
yes. The cancel button and the
cancel button and the done button.
Wow.
Okay, so it's 3. That's why we couldn't. For that one time, my brother put the green screen on, and we couldn't figure out how to shut it off. We were driving around streaming. It's a 3-step process to shut off the fucking green screen. But we're learning. That's why we're doing this. No, I don't walk away when it's preheating. No, never. I did once years ago. I was frying up some eggs, and I didn't realize. I thought the flame was off, but this was slightly turned, and the whole house reeked of gas. If I had lit a cigarette, the place would have blown up. I was like, holy shit! I had to make sure it was off. Open the window. So yeah, I don't like to fuck around with an oven. I mean, it's a mess, but I don't like safety.
Perhaps an electric oven would be safer.
Yeah, an electric oven. Yeah, but there's something about the fire, the flame,
Yeah.
But I made a mess out of this one.
Yes.
I am the god of hellfire, and I bring you fire. I'll take you to burn. Fire. Okay. We don't do this. It's hard to hold the camera and do this. Here, take over a minute. How long is it going to take to preheat? I got a cough. I don't want to cough. Preheat.
I have no idea.
This is a new. This isn't cherry. It's called California cherry, but it doesn't taste like cherry. It tastes like peach lime or something. How would you describe it? Here, try some.
Kind of like soap to an extent. There's like a flowery lavender aftertaste.
Well, hold on. Reverse the camera. Let's see how you come in. Yeah, good. Looks like a music video from like our younger years or something.
That's the earlier
Yeah,
90s,
it's
yeah.
like, I couldn't dance with another. I couldn't dance. Groove is in the heart. Yeah, this looks like I couldn't dance for another. Shake that body. Shake that body for me. Yeah. All right. Yeah, back then that cost like thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
Video editing. Now you can do it on a fucking handheld device in your kitchen.
Yes,
Amazing.
yes.
So now shut this off. Why am I seeing more fucking smoke? Hold on. Shut this off. That and done. Now let's reverse. Reverse. Okay. I'm seeing a little smoke coming up. No, it's not too bad. I thought I saw some smoke. I'm getting paranoid. Once it preheats, and yeah, it is. I didn't always use collection trays, so the bottom got all filthy. I had to clean that. But again, I think we're gonna have to replace this oven before we leave. So it's like, why go nuts? Anyway, beep beep beep. We're preheated. So you want to hold this while I put it in, or just step back? So let's. And I'm gonna put it top shelf. And what I'll do is I won't rotate it during, but when it's done, I'll shut the oven off. I'll rotate it and leave it in its own heat for like another 15 minutes or so. So, how's that? Close enough? Anyway,
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, good.
Take this.
All right, so now we got, if you want, we can have some of these. Now that it's baking, I'll walk away into the kitchen, from the kitchen to the living room. But yeah, I don't walk away when it's preheating. Now, what do we got, a timer?
40 minutes, yeah.
Okay. I'll put this somewhere. Gotta leave the fan on.
Nice.
Okay. I need a selfie stick, they say.
Yeah.
That vibrates and I can stick in my ass, is what they're saying.
Oh, yeah.
Penny Pounder and Thule have,
Well, they know a lot about
They know,
this.
they're the experts. Anyway, you can use this one, whichever you want. Help yourself. You can take a third one if you want. Yes. Take mine, grab a third. There's 2 there, there's 4 there. Balance it out. Whatever you want.
Okay.
You can do a fork and knife. If you want some salt, pepper, or seasoning, I'm going to put some seasoning on mine. You want to see what I put? I'm not going to put onion powder or garlic powder, but I'll probably do, I do like this. I'll put a little Italian seasoning on. That usually gives it a nice taste. And like I said, if I'm still hungry, well, I'll have broccoli and cheese and cordon bleu things. Or I can always go back and get some more. I still got half a thing of Hot Pockets, but they don't come with the sleeve anymore. So we got plenty of that. Okay, good. Okay. I thought people like this bullshit, watching people just do shit around the house that doesn't really, we're not really discussing anything serious. All we're doing is just, maybe I'll put a little salt on it. Getting hungry, hungry for my kind of woman. Getting hungry, soon I gotta find me a woman. Getting hungry, looking for a pretty girl. Not a Beach Boys fan, but I always like that song. Getting hungry, hungry for my kind of woman. I'm getting hungry, soon I gotta find me a woman. Getting hungry. All right, let's take a look here. I usually sit here on this chair. See this chair here? I think this is also my father's aunt, and her son lived out in Ohio at the time. He lives in the Carolinas now. Originally from Jersey, moved out there years ago for a job, but would come back, and my father would let him stay here. And when she died, we got a bunch of her furniture because he didn't want to take it back to the Midwest with him. But yeah, there's my brother sitting on the couch. This should be fine. I think this is appropriate, right? This place is a disaster, but when we moved my parents out in a hurry, because I got them, my father was kicked out of the institution, and then was it 3 months later? Because we were applying. Let me tell them. We were applying to not old folks, but senior living places. We knew my father was gonna get kicked out, and so we began applying before they kicked him out. And he came home. I should have taken him out in January. I kept him there until April because I was trying to fight the state. He came home from April to August of last year, 2024. April, May, June, July, August. We had applied back, I think, in September, October of 23. And finally, so we applied September. He was kicked out April. And then they got the approval that July, I think it was, June or July. So it all sort of came together. But we moved them out in a hurry. We grabbed, okay, are you taking this? You're not taking that? And we were left with this mess. And I got to settle things with the landlord now. Tulia had pulled pork sandwiches for dinner. Isn't that nice?
It is.
Do I need a fork and knife or I can just eat with my hands? My bare hands. And I'm not drinking beer yet. I got myself an iced tea. Just cold tea in an old Wendy's cup. I keep these cups, clean them, reuse them, and then eventually get rid of them when they get too stained. But this chair is nice because we took the main. There was one couch my parents had. That's the couch I gave them. The couch I gave them in their senior-friendly apartment. The couch, just like the chair I'm sitting on. See this chair? This sofa-like couch thing was my father's aunt's, and her son didn't want it, so we ended up inheriting it. So we ended up with a second couch. So my parents wanted the couch that they bought and had all their lives. We just kept this, this couch that I think my father's cousin bought it for his mother when she went into the home. In other words, her old couch is probably donated or thrown out or something. The couch she had for like 50 years since the end of the war or whatever it was. But this couch was bought new sometime circa 2010-ish. And we just sort of, the one cool thing, you can't see it now. If we pull this back, it does open up. It becomes like a bed, right? You can kind of show it, like where your legs are. You can kick that out. We're not going to do it now. If we move all this shit around, that does open up. So it has, you can have a giant leg rest. And we got the couch for free, well, relatively speaking, so. Only 2 people watching. What a waste of time this is. That's not bad. How's yours? Undercooked or over?
A little dry.
A little dry. Well, it said 3.5 minutes. I put the first one in for 4 minutes. Then the second 2 in for 3:45 because the microwave was hot. And I think I did the last one for like 3:38, so I might have overdone a few, so I don't know. That's valuable. I need some calories. I haven't really eaten too well the past couple days. The final countdown. Penny Pounders, I've seen it. I'll probably go over to the couch with my brother. We can look at the TV. You can join us watching TV. I didn't get a copyright strike yet from the other stream I did, so fuck it. We'll just, But no one's here. It's a dead end. We understand how the green screen works now. I see you perfectly. It's pretty good. I see your face, your hands, your leg, and I see the pillows. The blue pillows are showing up. You can see like the outline of where a couch would be. Where the pillow. It's already 9:30. Like, where'd the day go? You know what I should do? So I'm gonna make those videos about my life story. I should do one Sebring video where I test like the CD player and the tape deck. I haven't tested the tape deck. I'll have to find a CD and a tape that won't be copyright stricken. So I got a CD from when I was a teenager. It was a bunch of local bands. And then I've got like a tape from like maybe our mother's cousin who back in the 80s put out a tape, because that stuff won't be copyright. So I haven't tested the tape deck yet, so I might do that. I'll do a Sebring stream with testing the CD player, the tape deck, going for a little spin. Because I wanted my brother to take it for a ride in case one day he's got to drive it. He took it for a spin. What'd you think?
It's pretty good.
Not bad. It was okay.
Yeah.
We were listening to Grateful Dead, American Beauty. Sounded okay, yeah. I'm more concerned about the stereo system than how the car handles. But how did the car handle?
Quite well.
If I move, I'm trying to see what it... Now it's focusing on my foot and leg. How you doing, Totem? My brother and I are eating Hot Pockets while we wait for the oven to bake up some of these. What are they called? There's cordon bleu and broccoli and cheese chicken things. What are they? Kievs? What do you call them? Those? I don't know what they're even called. I'll see what the box says in a minute. Like, I wasn't hungry, but I know I need some calories in me, and I'm like, my brother and I, we don't want to go out and get something to eat because it's gonna be greasy. Didn't want burgers. Didn't want soup, too liquidy. I wanted something solid but not too greasy. So, microwavable hot pockets and oven baked, whatever they're called, chicken Kievs. No, it's not. No, Tuli. It's not a stuffed chicken breast. It's like, God, you'll see. You saw them before. You'll see them. Stick around when I take them out of the oven. You can look at them. It's like the chicken and the broccoli, or the chicken and the cordon bleu. It's all baked into this sort of. It's all this breading. Yeah, there's a breading around it. The chicken and the cheese and the
Like 2 slices of chicken. You put whatever you want in the middle, and then you wrap it up in breading, and then you cook it.
Right. It's like a almost, what would you call it? It's like, yeah. It's all, and we're heating it up. So all the ingredients, the chicken. It's not a stuffed chicken breast. The chicken, as well as the cheese and the broccoli, whatever, is inside this sort of. I don't know what to call it. Well, this isn't a calzone. This is you'll see it when I take it out of the oven if you stick around, or not. Who cares? Now listen to me chew. Some people love it. Run and Gun wants me to chew louder. What I want to know is, how well can you hear my brother from over there? I mean, because we've got the fan on above the stove, the range. Can you hear your brother click? Let's take a look.
What's going on, starlings?
But hold on. I shut the green screen off. There used to be a painting on the wall. I took it down, gave it to my parents. It's at their place now.
Yes.
Yeah, Penny, like I said, Penny says it's like the Take On Me music video. The green screen.
Okay.
I think it's more like one of those dance videos when I was younger. I couldn't dance for another. Groove is in the heart. Like one of those, some of those like techno electronic videos used to have, or Amp used to have all these like weird like colors in the background. I couldn't dance with another. Groove is in the heart. Or Take On Me was an animated music video. They went into a cartoon, a comic strip. Can you hear Brother Click? What do you want to say to the world, Brother Click?
Starlings, do you prefer these phone streams, or do you like it when we sit and study? Or do you like a good mix?
Well, there are different things. When I'm in the study, you can go anywhere. Whatever topic I want to talk about, when I bring people on. This is more just informal messing around. Yeah. You have some room for those Kievs and cordon bleus?
Yeah, I think one, maybe two. We'll see.
Okay. I'm still eating mine. I'm a slow eater, but it's good. So I wasn't hungry, but I knew. It's like one of those things where I'm not hungry. I don't feel a hunger, but I know I haven't eaten in a while. If I start drinking beer, that becomes my meal, and yeah. What?
Potato chips and cookies wouldn't cut it. You need to eat something of substance, but like fast food's too greasy. It's like a quick, easy meal.
Yeah.
It's more than a snack.
Because I feel like cooking up a beef stew right now, but yeah, I just wanted something. No, I'm not lying down. I told you. Like I'm sitting up in this chair. You see the chair? This chair and this couch belonged to my father's aunt. When she died, I think it was 2016, she was 94, 95. When she died, her son, who moved out to the Midwest years ago, said, I'm not taking all this shit back with me. Whatever you want, take. And my father said, okay, fine. My father's partly a hoarder, but I think his cousin, he took the couch and this chair and a few other things to make his cousin feel happy. He was our cousin too. My father's cousin felt good that he'd give back because he would come. He's living in the Midwest. He would come here to see his mother. She's in the home. He would stay with my father and my mother. I think he felt good to give back somehow.
He didn't want the home to get it.
Right. That's another thing. He didn't want the home because he was pissed. So I think my father took this crap not as a gift, but to give his cousin peace of mind. But we did get a TV out of it, but I gave that to them. The TV that he bought his mother was a huge modern HD TV at the time, whatever year it was, 2014, 2015. Yeah. They have that at their senior place. You have to get a new TV. I'll show the TV, the new TV you got, and the old analog TV, which we'll keep for video games and Betamax tapes. But I don't feel like getting up right now. I'm sitting down, not laying down, eating my fucking Hot Pockets. A-U-N-T. In this part of the country, it's pronounced the same as the insect. A-N-T, the insect, and A-U-N-T, a woman who is your parents, siblings, or married to a parent, sibling. Yeah, they're pronounced the same in this part of the world. Aunt. I wouldn't say aunt. Not this part of the world, no. But what does a Swede living in Norway know about American pronunciations and different regionalisms? No, I've never referred to her as that. I would always say my aunt. Everyone I know says, yeah, my aunt made this. Oh, my aunt got me this for my birthday. Oh, yeah, my one aunt is coming over. Yeah, aunt. Here it's pronounced the same as the insect. Exactly. A-N-T, A-U-N-T are pronounced the same. Correct. Apparently Totem has never heard this pronunciation, so he's all tickled pink that, A-U-N-T and A-N-T are pronounced the same in the Northeast.
Good for you, sir.
What a waste of time these things are.
Yeah, no.
All I'm doing, I'm waiting for it to bake because the stuff is microwave, but now I wait for the cordon bleus and the whatever they are, the broccoli chicken things to bake. Good. Go bye-bye, Run Gun. Go bye-bye, bye-bye. Bye-bye-bye. Go bye-bye. I couldn't dance with another. Grooves in the... I don't even like that song. That's what that reminds me of, that music video. Grooves in the heart. Yeah. Yeah, buddy, it's a 3-step process to shut off the fucking green screen. This, then this, then this. It's like 3 things to shut it off, but... I could wash it down with some vape. My brother's got the other one. It's on the coffee table. See it? You see it? Right here. Here's it.
Cheers.
We'll switch it up. I got this one. That's funny, Running Gun. I don't swear too often. If I'm using curse words, we call them curse words here, not cuss words. Curse words. It means someone's getting on my nerves. Someone's agitating me. And I very rarely get agitated. My brother can tell you I very rarely fly off the handle. I was thinking when we were kids, my father used to curse like a sailor, but if we cursed, he would scream at us, "You don't say that!" Our mother doesn't really curse too often, unless you got to get her really angry. So we don't. I actually don't think I curse quite that much, do I? Maybe I do. I don't fucking know, you fucking retard moron pieces of shit. I don't know. You wanted to see me eat. You wanted to see me in a different room than a little study on my desktop. You starlings are ingrates. I'm going to say it again. You starlings are fucking ingrates. Not that it matters. Totem says, buddy, get this. Totem says, this is a direct quote, verbatim, "You are always agitated." What? Me?
Yeah,
Buddy, what the hell do you mean I'm always agitated? What the hell does that mean?
you're always on the left.
No, that's total bullshit. When? At what time? I know we got the timer. What time is it roughly?
9:37.
No, when you put it in.
Just before 9:30.
It's only been 7 minutes.
Oh, yeah, I gotta check the time.
No, it's not that big a deal. Well, maybe.
I think it is.
I'm getting tired of the stream. I'm getting tired of these people. I'm getting tired of all this.
It's been about 17 or 18 minutes.
That makes more about halfway. Okay. I'm ready for a beer. No, I'll have some more ice. I'll finish eating this and I'll have my thing. The sound of the beer opening. My brother's opening the beer.
Tasting, isn't it?
I'm going to show you pouring the beer. Whenever I pour beers in these glasses here, I always fuck them up and they get too foamy. I usually use my aluminum ones. My brother likes these glass ones, but I always make them too foamy. And what you pour in there? Why don't you show it?
Carlsberg with the hops.
You want another hot pocket, or you want to wait for the things?
I'll wait for the thing.
Yes. Katie Bell Baker asks, genuinely, how the hell did I get here? I don't know. Women are rare around these parts. So they usually fly away. So, yeah, we don't know either. No, I usually do the types of streams where I sit down at a PC, I bring people on, I have panels, I'll discuss ideas and concepts, just my life, and whatever, and just have some fun and put people's comments up. I'm just messing around with the app, streaming on the app while I wait for my dinner to cook. So that's all. The people who come here, I would assume, know who I am. If you're a newbie, isn't much to see here. This is nothing special, except for the green screen. See the green screen? That's the only thing that's special here. Yes, through the algorithm. So this is my brother. Some chick. Well, I guess it's a chick. Katie Bell Baker wants to say hi. So simp for Katie Bell.
Hey, Miss Baker, how's everything?
Yeah, this is my brother. My name is. Let's introduce. I call myself Occupational Clique, and this is my brother who joins me often on my streams.
I still don't have a handle myself.
You're just Brother Click, apparently. The Starlings have named you.
Oh, lucky me.
Can you hear him from over there? I don't know how the audio is on this thing. I'll test it out later. I'm just sitting here waiting for the oven to... I'll walk around a bit, maybe. We'll put the TV on in a minute. Running Gun wants to know what your actual name is. I'm not going to say. It's not my place. If you don't want to tell him, don't tell him.
Nah.
So none your business. What's your actual... No, no. I thought I'm Anton. What did they call you? They gave you a weird name, like, not Brett, Bugsy or something weird like that. It was like A and B. I can't remember now.
Yeah, I remember. Oh, Brock.
Brock, that's right. His name is Brock.
Again, you mentioned we like the show Venture Brother. We used to watch Venture Brother.
Oh yeah, right.
Brock, is that related, or they just? How do you come up with a name like that? It's such an obscure, weird name.
The Starlings, they're into obscure crap. That's why they're here in the first place.
Oh, Brock. B-R-O-C-K, B-R-O-C, Bro-C. Maybe that's where it's...
Oh, we just figured it out. So Brock is actually short for Bro C. Okay, Bro C. Brock. Okay. That makes sense. Now, we don't always discuss ideas and concepts, only when Totem comes on. So when Totem's not here, we don't have the luxury. But when Totem is here, this stream gets very intellectual. So you're right, Totem. You know, we normally don't, but I'm saying when you're here. And since I knew you were here today, I knew we would have one of those discussing ideas and concepts and shit, because you're here. So take it away, Totem. What are we discussing to? I almost choked.
Yeah, they're kind of dry. More breading than filling. I think that's what happened with Hot Pockets over the years.
Well, is that because I microwaved them wrong, or because what?
I think it's mostly breading.
My brother says that these Hot Pockets are very dry. Which might be partly my fault, but he says the recipe changed. It's in the past it used to be you put them in those. That's what you needed, those sleeve things.
That's right.
So they would goo up.
Yes.
They got rid of the sleeves and made them more bready. It's like bread. It's like it's all breading.
Yes.
It's mostly bread. You're right. Let's take a look here. Katie flew away. What is it? Good.
Like President Biden used to say, shrinkflation. You're paying the same amount, but you're getting less.
Right, you see this?
The one female is leaving away.
It's mostly breading now, they say. Mostly breading. Yep, we caused Katie to go. Good. Didn't need her. If her first comment is going to be something so condescending like that, I don't think she was going to last.
What did she say again?
I honestly don't know how the hell I ended up in this dump or something like that. What's that? Oh, it's the wind.
The wind, yeah.
What did you expect Katie to say? Wow, you're such a Chad. I'm gonna like and subscribe, and I want to meet you in real life. And what would you expect? It's yes, the algorithm, as Totem told us. We discuss ideas and concepts that Totem brings up, because Totem is our resident professor here. It's a good spot for it. My old people clothes. So, Run and Gun says you're wearing old people clothes, and Totem's like you're resting this hot pocket on my But what would you? Should I wear like what? You ever see like someone like a guy in like his 50s or 60s dressed like some like skater or something? And it looks ridiculous. What do you want me to dress like? You want me to dress like I'm a teenager? What kind of clothes should I wear? Like a big shirt. What's a big band nowadays? A big shirt that says.
Yeah, what are contemporary clothes? What do they look like?
I have no idea. No idea.
I guess some of these Sterlings are quite young. They don't know that as you age, what to you was just clothing. When you bought it, it was just a nice shirt.
Yeah, my brother's bringing a good point. Because of your age, you see it as old people. When we bought it, it was just like a shirt. It was new at the tip.
That's what we see it as.
Years ago, we used to work at a gas station. This was back in the aughts, so 20 some odd years ago. There was a guy who worked there who was in his 50s. So he was born in the 1950s. He was in his 50s in the mid 2000s. And he came in once wearing what? I wasn't there. He came in one time.
It was the weirdest thing. It was like sweatpants, and the shirt was the same type of material as sweatpants, but it didn't have any sleeves. And it was like a pastel yellow chocolate brown stripe. And I said, wow, those colors are very 70s-ish. And you said, yeah, he probably bought a bunch of clothes in the 70s, just wears them whenever.
Right, the guy probably bought like a bunch back when he was in his 20s, and he still had some left because it didn't look old and faded. I mean, it looked old as in fashion sense, but it didn't look like he'd been wearing it for 30 years.
Oh, yeah.
It looked like maybe over the years slowly he'd open a new pair. This was his last pair. He was wearing like clearly he bought it in 1977, but he was still wearing it in like 2004. Yeah, and you'll find that too as you get older. Running Gun. Running Gun says I should wear a normal hoodie or a jumper. A jumper. We don't call them jumpers here. Jumper is something else. In American English, a jumper is something that a woman wears, almost like more than an apron, less than a blouse. I think you're talking about a sweater. You're talking about I should wear a sweater. I do have sweaters. I wear sometimes, but yeah. Actually, after my parents left, I found a bunch. After my father's stroke, he bought like a bunch of same thing. He bought a bunch of sweaters he never fucking wore. Yeah. He would hoard them. He'd buy them from like the LL Bean catalog or whatever. And all these fucking. I'm like, not really my style, but I hate to throw them out. So I just opened them and started wearing them around the house. If they get junked, who cares? If they get grungy. So I've got sweaters or jumpers. Right now, I'm wearing this flannel, and underneath, I'm wearing a T-shirt that I'm gonna just a pocket tee. Well, Cassandra, wait, if you're still here, Cassandra's popped on. There's something I want to share with her. Brother Clique joined me for this away from the computer stream. So Cassandra's teaching, but she wants to say hello. So I don't know if she's still here. This is my brother and Cassandra saying hello. Say hello to the Starlings you recognize. Otherwise, it's going to be Totem and Running Gun. That's all this is. Totem, Running Gun, and a bunch of randos. So,
Thanks for stopping by, Cassandra. Or Cass. Because I used to call you Cassilia.
Her name is Cassandra. I don't hear nothing else. Okay. And Run and Gun is asking what Cassandra teaches. I'm not going to repeat all that. Maybe if Cassandra feels like it. We've been over this 1,000. No. We've been over this 1,000 fucking times. No, I'm not going to bother. Watch. Go back and do your homework, son. All these questions have been answered multiple times. If you're really interested, you go back and watch. Yeah, this chair, again, this was my father's cousin bought it for his mother. So it's not old, but we inherited it. It's not bad. It's just a chair to sit in. So. Teach your children well. Teach your parents well. The children's hell, it will slowly go by. Ah. Yeah, they're drier. Not just, I probably did leave them a little too long, but you're right. It's more bread and less filling now. In the past, it used to be more filling or stuffing, whatever you want to call it. That's why it would come with a sleeve. You would put the hot pocket into the sleeve before you put it in the microwave. They got rid of it because now there's so much bread. You don't even need it. Yeah, but we needed something to eat, and we're gonna have some. I'm glad we got the cordon bleu in addition, because
Yes, yes.
Run and gun. You're asking a question I answered earlier. He wants to know if our parents are alive.
Wow.
I keep talking about how when I moved my parents out of here, like less than a year ago, to their senior apartment, we gave them this, we kept that. It was yes, my parents are both alive. My father got out of the institution. He was here briefly, and I got them into a senior 55 plus, senior friendly apartment. A kitchen, a living room, one bedroom, one bathroom, but the bathroom is senior friendly. A nice big walk-in shower because he had a stroke and his right arm doesn't work, but he's got these bars he can grab onto. So yes, my parents are still fucking alive. I think I mentioned that in this fucking stream. You're not even paying attention. That's what pisses me off. I don't care if people rib on me or make fun of me. I got a thick skin. But when people ask redundant questions I've already... It's like ADHD or something. I thought I had ADHD. These people need more Ritalin. It's like, how are you not? You were here when I was talking about moving my parents out and moving things around less than a year ago. Yes, they're still alive. Yes. It's not a nursing home, you idiot. He's saying, how dare you from nursing home? It's not a nursing home. It's an apartment, but it caters to, you got to be 55 or older. They're in their 70s. And it's lower income, moderate income. So it's a nice place, but it's for people who are over 55 and don't have a lot of money. So it's a regular apartment in a condo, like, complex, a building, but it's all seniors. All, by seniors, I mean old people. So it's all people their age, and the bathrooms are designed to cater. So instead of a tub, they got a nice big walk-in shower and a bench that comes down, just like in a nursing home, but it's not a nursing home. It's a rent-controlled, senior-friendly apartment. You understand? Man, you don't really pay attention to anything. I gotta stop repeating all this shit. How many times have I told my story? No, it's a discount budget. They were only able to get in there because they were of the right age and they didn't have enough money. It's a low-income or affordable housing place. He's asking me redundant questions.
Dear God.
Oh, should we? I'll get up and show some knickknacks and shit. Okay, I want to show you real quick. Okay. This is the big TV my brother bought. This is one of my mother's knickknacks. Once upon a time, I got angry, and I think I threw it across the room in a fit of rage, and I was broke. She didn't want it, so it was just junk. This is some stupid thing like her friend gave her. She never liked it, but after my father's stroke, I found it in the garage. I said, let's put it up, and there's some. But I always like these. I'll share them again. I always liked them all my life. That's the Night Watchman, and this over here is the Seamstress. And those are my grandmother's. And my mother got them when she died, and she didn't want to take them. I'm like, oh, those are nice. I like the wood paneling, the silhouette. And this is something my mother made when she was a teenager, right? She whatever, crocheted this tiger. And she didn't like it because she thought the paws were disproportional or some shit. But I don't know. This is like, 50, 60 years old. And there's the TV. And there's the mirror I got from the department store. Yes. And here's the green screen again.
Yay,
Here's brother Clique. I'll take away the green screen. You can see the couch. There you go. See that? And we're just waiting for our chicken things to be done. Okay, now he's asking a fair question. Do I visit my parents? Well, we're not on the best of terms. We moved out here very poor. My sister, I've told these stories before. My sister was a real bitch in the process. She doesn't live around here. She lives about an hour and change north of here. She was going to get involved, and she turned all bitchy, then she pulled out. But then, like, my parents went rogue, and my mother thought my father always handled affairs. When he had a stroke, I took over. My mother then thought she could handle it. She started moving, like, she put their Social Security in a different bank account, which would have been fine if she told me, but she didn't. I said, hey, Ma, are you going to move the Social Security? She started lying to me. I picked up the pieces after my father's stroke for like 5 years, and my mother's a fucking ingrate. So long story short is, I haven't seen them in months. I'm actually supposed to call them, but I really don't want to. I don't really miss them. My brother occasionally goes over. I think he misses her cooking.
Yeah,
So the answer is, when was the last time I saw? I don't recall. I think the last time I went over there, my father walked away. He didn't want to look at me. He's a piece of shit. He'd still be fucking shitting himself and laying there if it wasn't for me getting him all those rehabs. But yes, our father, he was always a piece of shit. And our mother, I don't trust her. So I really, I did a lot for them. They're ingrates. I think. My brother thinks what? I'm part of the problem?
Yes, yes, I do.
Why am I part of the problem?
And
Even your fucking sister. She even lied to you, buddy. It's not just me. You can say, oh, Occupational Clique's an asshole, but your sister lied to you. You knew she was lying about different things. So it's like, you know what I mean?
Yes, kind of.
My brother thinks I'm saying too much, but I don't give a fuck. Man, I want neat bucks. I can tell my whole fucking life story and not care. The biggest fear is that if someone who, like an employer, finds us, it might affect our job. Especially my brother. He's really worried about that. But he works 6 days a week. It's getting ridiculous, isn't it?
Yes, yes, it is. Time to meet.
Time to neat. What's going on with this big, beautiful fucking bill? I want what my parents have. They got, a rent-controlled, moderate, what was it called? Affordable housing. I want that only with a second bedroom because I can't share a bedroom with my brother. We need our own separate fucking bedrooms. And no, I don't want to sleep on the fucking couch or vice versa. That'd just be weird. I want a bedroom, you want a bedroom, and we can share a kitchen and a living room, and it'd be nice to have two shitters, like a bathroom, bathroom and a half. So don't need two full baths. We can share a shower, but I'd like to have, not at the same time, but I like to have two, like if he's like, if someone's taking a shower, I gotta take a piss. I don't have to, worry about waiting for a toilet. So yeah, I'd like to have two shitters. Two full baths would be nice too. And he'd have one, I'd have one. But yeah, definitely two bedrooms, kitchen, and a living room. That's all I really fucking need. I'm tired of cutting grass and shoveling snow and all that bullshit. Run Gun says, your parents took care of you for many years. They took care of you when you were young and weak. The least you can do is take care of them when they're old. Well, there's some problems here. I won't go into too much right now. Okay, yeah, my parents had me, and they didn't put me up for adoption or chain me in a shed. But I grew up in a nut house. Father's always been a nutcase. I think he had kids not because he wanted to have kids, because he wanted to, that's what you do to show that, yes, I'm married, now I'm going to have kids, I am the daddy. And I think my mother had kids because she was afraid of losing my father. My father did all the thinking. My mother is a dingbat. My brother will tell you, our mother is a fucking dingbat. Yes. That's why when she went rogue around me, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? So my father had a stroke. He's now retarded, basically. He's better than he was when he first had it, but he can't function. My mother thinks she can defer to him. All my mother knows is, Daddy does all the thinking for me. Oh, he's out of the home now. I'm like, he's a fucking retard, you stupid bitch. So she never had respect for me, and I think the only reason we exist is my father wanted to have kids for social standing. Look, I'm a family man, and our mother just said, I better have his kid so he doesn't leave me. He's so great. He does all the thinking for me. So we exist because my mother was afraid of losing my father, and my father saw us as what, furniture or cars or just like a fucking product or whatever. Buddy, if you think I'm saying too much, just say so. If you're upset with anything I'm saying,
No.
just say so.
No.
That's how I feel. I don't know about my brother, but yeah.
No, that's what they were. That's what society told them to do. You're supposed to get married. You're supposed to have a family. Being the head of the household was the only power position our father had.
Right. I think having kids was he wanted power and control. I don't think he wanted to be. Oh, on a side note, Penny Pounder brings up a good point. He says, unrelated to this, but we said before, two shitters, OC, you have to scrub two toilets. You barely do the dishes. Okay, that's a fair point. That is a fair point. I will tell you, a broken clock is right, sometimes. I will give Penny, that's a good point, yes. I'm a slob. I still got to go up and clean our bathroom, the one bathroom we share now. It's like...
But the idea is that if there were two bathrooms, he would clean his, I would clean mine.
That's right. If we had two full showers, I'd use one, he'd use one. And if mine's a mess, my brother can say, well, I don't give a shit, I'll take care of mine. I said, I don't mind sharing a shower. I just don't want one. I'd like to have two shitters. Because if you're showering and I got to piss, or vice versa, it's good to have two shitters just in an emergency. So, two full baths might be nice, but I can forego that as long as we have, some of these places do have what they call a bathroom and a half. You have one full bathroom with, a shower, and a second bathroom that's just, a toilet and a sink. That would be, two full baths sounds nice, but if that's not attainable, I don't think we can survive. What if you're showering, I take a piss? It's and you're in the shower, and there's only, it's like, oh. But that's a good point. Yes, I'm a slob. I'm slow to clean things. But I guess if we did have two full bathrooms, if mine were a mess, you wouldn't care because you just, who gives a shit? I wouldn't give a shit. My brother says, well, I don't have to shower in here, so I don't care if it's a mess. I'm using my bathroom. We're still waiting for these fucking chicken things. There's another 5-10 minutes. And we'll do the reveal when we take them out of the oven. And this is the green. This is the green screen. I couldn't dance with another. Grooves in the house. I have. Running Gun says I have negative cantil tilt. Is that my face or when I tilted the camera? If it's my face, yes, I probably do have whatever you're talking about. Did you think I was some kind of good-looking Chad? Why do you think that was her name, Katie Bell? Why do you think she came in and flew away immediately? You know, I was actually told this once before by someone. Penny Pounder says I look like Robert the Bruce from Braveheart. Robert the Bruce was a real person, but I think he means the actor who portrayed him in Braveheart. I can't remember who that was. I'll have to watch that movie. Freedom! Yeah, Robert the Bruce was an actual person, but I think he's talking about the actor who portrayed him in that Mel Gibson. Somebody said, I think someone early on in my stream said the same thing. Maybe it was him. Maybe he was repeating himself. I saw Braveheart, and I didn't think I looked like anyone in that movie, but I'll take your word for it. Robert the Bruce. Okay. Not the real Robert the Bruce, but the actor who played him. Up, here we go. Okay, wait. It's showtime. Brother Click's getting up. We're going to get up now. Hold on. Showtime. Somebody stop me. Shut the... There you go. Okay, actually, it's not showtime yet. We're going to turn off... Okay. We heard the timer's at 0. What I want to do, because there's still heat in the oven, I want to rotate them. Let's take a look. They look doneish. They definitely look doneish. Yeah. But I'll rotate them. And I'm going to leave them in the heat for like another maybe 10-15 minutes. So you can set the timer again. Because the heat's there. Why waste it? This oven, like I said, they wanted 375. I put the 385 because the oven's kind of testy. It's an old oven. We'll give another 10 minutes, 10, 12 minutes. Okay. We'll leave the fan and the light on. We'll come back in a minute. Okay. Right. What are you getting there, buddy? Oh, I have the green screen on. Let me show you here. My brother wants it in the fridge. Okay, so we're not going to... maybe I have a twisted tea in a bit. You got a bush, right?
Yes, I did.
Now we're going to make our way... How's the green screen? There we go. On, off. Let's go back to... Okay, let's go back to the living room. We'll give that 10-15 minutes, and then we're going to eat us some... What do they fucking call... Here, I'm going to find it right now. Hold on. Shit, this green... Okay, so we had the Hot Pockets. You saw those. We had 6 Hot Pockets. Good. We're having these. 3 of these. This is called chicken cordon bleu. Oh, it's called breaded and stuffed. Breaded and stuffed chicken cordon bleu. Breaded and stuffed chicken, broccoli, and cheese. So you see, the chicken and the broccoli and the cheese are all inside this breading. So I guess they just call it stuffed breading. See that? Like a stuffed breading. So yeah. It's not a stuffed chicken breast. That's not what this is. It's breading with all the stuff stuffed in. And it's not my... That's what the box says. It's the box. It's not me. It's the fucking box. The box, yes, stuffed and whatever the fuck. So just a stuffed breading that you pop into the oven. And what is that? 40 minutes. I did 385. I always, because this oven's not quite right. It's getting that when ovens get older, you got to put them up a little higher because it's not at full capacity. So about 375 to 385 degrees for 40 minutes, and I'm gonna let them, because the heat's still there. Might as well let them finish cooking in. They'll be warm, but the heat's slowly dying down. So when we pull them out in 10 minutes, they should be, ready to eat pretty much. But do you want a light on? Did we shut a light off? Oh, I should have left the kitchen light on.
Oh yeah, you did.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter.
The mood lighting.
It's not a stuffed chicken breast. Stuffed chicken breast is when you stuff the breast itself. The chicken breast is on the outside stuffed with things, right? This is like a breading thing with stuff stuffed into it.
I guess technically what they did was they took a chicken breast, sliced it up, they put down a slice, put the stuffing, put another slice on top of it.
But all that, including the breast, is inside the breading thing, the patty.
Correct.
It's not really a patty. Patty's like a piece of meat. What do you recall?
In order to keep it all together, you need the breading.
But I thought a stuffed chicken breast, we actually take a chicken breast and you stuff inside and roast it.
Yeah, that's much more involved. It's the same thing.
No, but that would be a true stuffed chicken breast. This has the breading around it.
Correct, but what they did was they took a chicken breast, they cut it into tenders, put down a tender, put the filling.
Okay, when we go back, here, come with me. When we go back, well, he's saying it literally says stuffed on the box. Yeah, no, it doesn't say stuffed chicken breast. It says stuffed chicken and broccoli stuffed. Is the broccoli stuffed? So
The breading is stuffed.
that's what I mean. He's saying because it says stuffed in chicken, it's stuffed chicken. No, it says stuffed and it lists cheese, broccoli, chicken. So he's saying because it says stuffed in chicken, it's stuffed chicken breast. No, the chicken is among the things that are stuffed into the breading.
Yeah, exactly.
Stuffed with chicken, let's use the word with. Stuffed with chicken, stuffed with broccoli, stuffed with cheese. Because by what's his name? By Thule's logic, I can call it stuffed broccoli or stuffed cheese. Because it has stuffed on the box. No, all the ingredients are stuffed into the breading, not a fucking bare chicken breast. The breast would be exposed if it were just a stuffed breast. It's stuffed into the thing on the outside, which is the fucking breading, right? We agree here or no? And Penny Pounder says we're all breaded and stuffed. Well, I'm not stuffed yet. I'm still a little hungry. I can go for some of this shit. Jesus Christ, you want to argue with a spurg? You, Thule, you're one of our regular starlings. You know who and what I am, and you're shocked that what, Robert the Bruce is telling you. Whatever. Freedom. Why am I wearing shoes? Because I like to wear shoes. I don't live in a hut. I don't, I'm not from like India. I'm wearing fucking sandals all fucking day or something ridiculous. Plus, I was thinking about going up and hitting that bathroom. It's getting late, but I can't believe it's 10 o'clock already here. Yeah, so I got some work to do. So, yes. Why, you don't like my sneakers? It is later than I realized. It just took long. Yeah. Now these are actually like 11 wide. He thinks these are, what's his name? What are those size 8? Penny Pounder, size 8, LOL. Now I think these are actually 11 wide. I like the wide ones. They give you extra space. I think these are 11s. Why, they look small? Well, I'm only 5'9". Were you expecting to have what, size 14 feet? Like, what the fuck? After we have the cord, we'll shut this off. This is getting stupid. I'm getting tired of these people.
Yes.
Ah, yes. So yeah, when the timer goes off, we will we'll take a look at those things. Oh, in Norway, what do they take their shoes off before they go in the house or something? I've never been one of those people. We don't live like that. No shoes in the house, like what? Oriental or something? What the fuck? I don't understand the question.
I would imagine Norway is so cold you want to stay laid up in the house.
Yeah. And carpet is not very common in Scandinavia. So you'd think, in the wintertime, well, we can hit the why put the TV on briefly, see what's on. I don't care if we get a copyright strike, and when the thing goes ding, we'll get it. But, oh, I do. Shit. That's why the TV wasn't on. Usually my brother has the remote. I didn't realize I had the power. I didn't realize it was over here. All right, so let's see what's on TV. And can I zoom in? I know I can. Okay, yeah, shit. I can zoom in when. Okay. So okay, so that's Family Guy. What is this? The Amazing Spider-Man. This is whatever's on. These are my shoes. Like we call them sneakers in this part of the country. We call them sneakers. These are my sneakers. But let's go back to the TV. Croissant. My hand's getting tired too, so we'll end this pretty soon. What is this? Oh, we were talking about Mel Gibson. That's weird. This isn't Braveheart, but this is another Mel Gibson movie. With, Heath Ledger, another historical Mel Gibson piece. Heath Ledger was in this. He's dead now. He was from Australia, so he was a bit of a weirdo, And this is Family Feud with this. What's this Negro's name? Steve Harvey. Nope. That ain't gonna happen. Let's go talk to the Blanco family. Blanco is Spanish for white. You better not talk about my weight. So I'm showing the starlings, especially the ones in foreign lands, what American television is. But then again, I guess in this modern day world, they can pretty much,
Exactly. Find out,
Yeah, we're living in a modern world. Calling America, can't get a message through. Calling America, that's what I'm trying to do. Talking to a satellite, 20,000 miles in space. Calling America. What's a good channel to go to? I usually let my brother work the remote. Let's go to the first channel. Here we go. Do people want to learn about American TV? Because
You said she had been up all night.
this is a broadcast. This is local. This is a local station, not a nationwide station. This is CBS New York, specifically New York City, or our local channel 2. If I were in Buffalo, I'd be watching whatever their equivalent of CBS is, or Los Angeles, or Kansas City. Yeah, all major cities and markets have their own. Yeah. Same stations, but different franchised. Same corporations: ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox, but different channels and different franchises with local. There's stuff that they show nationwide and stuff that's localized. This is a nationwide program. What is this? 2020 or something? 48 hours.
Authorities believe Dana Chandler's phone was turned off, so it could not be traced as she traveled to Kansas. But the defense suggested it could have just been spotty cell phone service in Colorado. Prosecutors told the jury about a purchase Dana made the day before the murder.
Dana made a purchase.
Failed to mention to investigators.
Totem just said at Cassandra, shave it. I don't see Cassandra here. Okay, doesn't matter. It's time for some here. Actually, what happens if I put the green screen on when the TV's on? Oh man, it just makes that guy. That was interesting. For a minute, it was not the TV, just the guy was in a. Now it's. Let's see if it comes back. It tries to focus on people. Now it's focusing on the gas can. All right, so I want you to grab your plate and let's get us some. All right. Actually, you do me a favor real quick. Why don't you put that fan back? Oh wait, how do we turn this off? How do I zoom out? Okay. It's hard to hold the camera and do this shit, but okay. There we go. 3 of these are... See, it says breaded and stuffed. But what's breaded and stuffed? The chicken, the broccoli, the cheese. Breaded and stuffed chicken. Breaded and stuffed broccoli. Breaded and stuffed cheese. I think these are called breaded and stuffed. So, it contains inside it raw chicken, but this isn't the actual breast. This is, a breading with all that stuff. Stuffed. Chicken, broccoli, and cheese are stuffed. It's not stuffed chicken. It's chicken stuffed in the breading. And 3 are those, and 3 are this. Breaded and stuffed chicken cordon bleu. So is it the chicken or is it the cordon bleu, which is the cheese? It's all stuffed into the breading. White chicken meat. Is there a name for these things? There must be a name.
I guess everything is stuffed in the chicken.
Okay, but the chicken itself is
Stuffed in the
the breading. There must be a name for these things. Okay. It does say breasts. I'll give them that. It says, remove frozen raw breasts. Okay. Well, enough of that. Let's never speak of this again.
Yes.
All right, buddy. Where's your plate? And you got to help me remember how we did this. I think 1, 2, 3 are broccoli.
Yes.
And 1, 2, 3 are cordon bleu. So let's do this first. Let's take, since we know. Okay. Actually, I think it looks... It's actually not burnt. It's pretty juicy on the bottom.
Yeah.
So you want to take 2 for now?
I'll take 2.
Take a broccoli and a cordon bleu. I'm going to do the same thing. I'll take a broccoli and a cordon bleu. And there's 1 of each left. There's a broccoli and a cordon bleu. Because usually, I'll eat 2, and maybe if I'm hungry enough, a third. Same with my brother. Because we have those hot pockets, we might not, but maybe we will. So I'll have 1 of each, he'll have 1 of each, and then whoever...
Yes.
Next time someone, we don't give a shit.
Yes.
If you're hungry and you really want a broccoli, take it. I'll finish this, or vice versa. It doesn't matter. So we'll leave 1 broccoli and 1 cordon bleu behind. Okay.
We will.
And we'll okay. So where you got a fork and knife? Oh, yes. There we go. See that? Let's go. Oh, should I have this kitchen light on in case we?
Yeah, why not?
So you see this? Look at this. We're gonna eat. My brother. We'll watch my brother eat some. Maybe I'll shut this off so I can eat in peace.
Exactly.
Or I can prop this stupid thing up and, I should probably give you, okay, first, Brother Click is going to try. Actually, let me come join you. We can show the audience you cutting in. Here's beer. And both of these cups had beer in them. And what do we got going on here? So that's the cordon bleu.
You see the steam in the video?
Oh, it is steaming up, yeah. I can see it. On the coffee table, man. Which one do you prefer, cordon bleu or broccoli?
I'm going to have to say cordon bleu.
Cordon bleu? I forget which one. I like them both. I'll try them. Because I can't remember. I like them, I really do like broccoli. But the cordon bleus are usually have a more play. Yeah, one of them also is ham, right? That's cordon bleu.
That's cordon bleu, yeah.
So he's cutting up there. But that's actually, it's not too, well, let's find out. Because sometimes I've burned them before, where they, this looks gooey but cooked, right? We didn't bother with a thermometer or a temperature because, thermometer because I hear him chew, chew, chew. You can be honest, if it sucks, just say so. Too hot or?
It is hot.
How is it?
But other than that, it's good.
Just let it cool.
I know.
It's not burned, I hope. It's still steaming. I let it cool for like another.
Yeah. I'm going to let it sit.
Let it sit. Have a sip of beer. Yeah, you got to let it cool. You see the steam? Yeah, it's hot. Remember, after I baked it, I left it in the oven for another 15 minutes because I like to utilize the heat.
Yes.
But it's not burned. It's not undercooked. It should be just right. Yes. They want to know why you're blushing. You're not really blushing. I think you're red from the heat of this. It burns. Yeah, tell them. It's still very hot. That's why you gotta let this sit. That's why I said have a sip of beer. And Damien says it looks tasty. Yeah, well, we had some Hot Pockets before to tide us over. And then I threw in these, whatever these fucking things are, stuffed chicken breasts. It's like a breading with chicken and cheese and broccoli and ham mixed in, whatever the fuck they're called.
Yes.
Penny Pounder wants me to sit in your lap. We could do that, but I'd probably, I might injure. It's going to hurt. Yeah, no, he's hot. It's hot. It burned, yeah. You put it in, it was, yeah. So, yeah, I can't sit in his lap because I'll probably break something. We're of an age now, He's going to be 40. I'm over 40. Exactly. You can't do things you can't, do, those brotherly things. We still mess around sometimes. Yeah. But it's like, you can't really, and I have no desire to, but yeah, we might break a hip or something. We're getting too old for that shit.
Yes.
Yeah, Tuli, I get stuffed chicken breast, exactly fine. Whatever you want to call it, I don't give a shit. To me, I still think of because you've made them at your grocery store. You take it's an actual chicken. You can tell it's a chicken breast, and they stuff that, but the outside is the chicken breast itself. Yeah. This is different. The chicken and everything else, the ham, the broccoli, the cheese, it's all stuffed into a breading mix. So to me, I still think of stuffed chicken breast as an actual breast. That's the outermost layer. The outermost layer here is not chicken. It's whatever the fuck the breading is. I go by outermost layer.
He's a Spurg, people.
I'm a Spurg. You're still hot. He burned him up. I still see the steam. Okay, give this give another 5. Okay, maybe I left it in. He's going to check his laundry. Maybe I left it in too long, I'll admit, but, it's got to cool. So we will let that cool, and then Brother Click will try some. So it is late. We should have done this earlier. My brother works 6 days a week. This was his day off. He decided to sleep in. I don't blame him. He needs to catch up on sleep. So we got a late start, and then we're like, we need to eat. But what do we want? I don't want fast food again. I don't want soup. I don't want to cook a whole meal. So we got some Hot Pockets and these stuffed breaded things. Cassandra says, OC says, quote, if it sucks, just say it. Like a housewife who slaved away cooking, blah, blah, blah. No, I'm a Spurg. I like honesty and truth. I want to know if something's fucked up. So I wonder if my brother's fairly honest with me, but I think when we stream, he's a bit more, maybe I'm wrong, a bit more reserved. So he might not want to say right on stream, this sucks, which is what he tell me in real life. So I'm curious because I hate, sometimes I fuck up cooking, and if it's shit, just tell me. Like the Hot Pockets, I probably left in the microwave too long. But then again, they might have changed the recipe where it's more bread, so we're not sure with that one. The Hot Pockets weren't as good as we remember them. This, I'm not, because I've ruined these before. I've made some, my brother can tell you, I've burned some, they taste like shit. Then another time to compensate, I took them out earlier, they were undercooked. So you got to find that sweet spot, and the oven is finicky. So I'm asking if these are passable, because I want to know. for my own edification, if like, do I got to put them back in the oven? Is the oven really fucking up? Did I overdo it this time? You're trying to find that sweet spot. So it means a lot to me. I like the truth, not tell me you love them or I'll be pissed. Oh. No, I want to know if it's, cooked. I'm very straightforward when I ask a question. I mean it. I won't be offended either way. I want to know the truth. If he says, man, these suck, I'll say, okay, I believe it. What went wrong? Okay. Oh, wait, I have the remote. We'll let them cool. All right. Oh, Penny Pounder says you're tired of this. Well, we'll shut it off in a minute. Let's let them cool while I flip the channels. Brother Click, you getting tired of this?
A little bit.
A little bit, yeah. You're right. He's tired of it. So
So I love the fact that you don't have to go get the bacon, you don't have to get the cheddar. It's already here. Built in.
Right.
We're good.
Right.
Now, my favorite.
The better.
I can always prop this up while I eat. Let me shut it off.
Introducing the 3-row all-electric Hyundai Ioniq 9.
Ioniq 9, all electric. Look at that.
Wow.
Oh, Jeopardy's on.
Cafe Jazz Club.
Oh, is this new or?
Adriana,
Who is Thelonious Monk?
you got it.
TMI 800.
I'm gonna peruse Jeopardy.
At a dance
And I'm gonna cut this up and we'll see.
Leader Benazir Bhutto introduced this future leader to her future husband. Adriana,
Who is Theresa May?
you got it.
TMI 400.
She's the best-selling author of Waiting to Exhale. Victoria,
Who is Terry McMillan?
right.
The 2 and the 4 for 2.
Statement including revenue and cost. Ancient species of wheat. Victoria,
What is triticale?
no, I'm sorry. Adriana,
What is einkorn?
it's also incorrect. Matt, still shaking his head. It's a P&L report giving you spell. Back to you, Victoria.
Place names 4.
In 1971, East Pakistan became an independent country with this new name.
Bangladesh.
Bangladesh.
Right.
Swords 2000.
The Japanese god Ninigi was given a magic sword called Kusanagi by his grandmother, this sun goddess. Victoria,
Who is Amaterasu?
Amateur,
I wonder if Todd's grandmother gave him a sword. Let's talk about Todd's grandma now.
warrior of a Wagnerian opera, wields a sword called Notum that he uses to slay the dragon Fafnir.
Actually, our grandmother left us these silhouette things, which I actually like.
Yes.
Is my mother's mother. Did I ever show you the seamstress and the night watchman? I actually like those. Those are my grandmother's, and we got them. And I thought my mother would want to take them, but she didn't. And yes, we do have a CRT right here. It's unplugged. Like this was. Yeah. What happened was when I moved my parents out, I gave them a couple of HD TVs at the ones that my father's aunt had. His cousin said, "Here, keep them." I still keep this because I want to. That's a Blu-ray player. No, it's a DVD. I got like a VHS and a couple Betamaxes. And what's weird is the HD TVs from 10 years ago still had the RCA port. The RCA, the red, white, yellow. This is video. These are audio. Nowadays, these newer TVs, my brother got this a couple years ago. This newer TV my brother got does not have an RCA port. So you either get a converter, but it would probably look better in my old CRT. This is the old, my parents' old CRT they didn't want. I gave them 2 HD TVs, but I kept this because it might, it might still serve. What do you think, Brother Click? It might still serve a purpose?
I think it still has life.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go back to watching Little Jeopardy and we'll eat. I might end this or some shit. Okay. But people asked one thing. Someone asked me, what do you guys like to watch? I forget what Starling asked what, but you get to see like a day in the life of vegging.
Yes.
Occupational Clique and his brother vegging while eating.
Regum Britanniae attributes much of this Roman general's success to the sword Crocea Mors. Victoria,
Who is Germanicus?
I'm sorry, no.
Ooh,
Matt or Adriana? In Britain, that was Julius Caesar.
Julius Caesar.
Victoria, back to you.
Cabin's Bookshelf 8.
Ooh, a nice collection of his short stories, like A Sound of Thunder and There Will Come Soft Rains. Matt,
What's Bradbury?
correct.
Sword 16.
In 1882, this co-founder of an art movement painted Joan of Arc brandishing a sword. Victoria,
Who is Rossetti?
it is Dante Gabriel Rossetti.
Swords for 12.
Said to contain part of the Virgin Mary's garment, Durandal is the sword of this paladin of Charlemagne. Victoria,
Who is Roland?
right again.
Also my cat. Cabin's Bookshelf for 4.
Her cat is named Roland after Charlemagne's squire
Won by
or
the
sword.
Roman Marcellus at Jesus' crucifixion. Adriana,
What is the robe?
in the mood for the robe.
Drumming 800.
As well as being a great singer, she was a fine drummer, though session men took over
Yep.
after a while.
Don't you remember you told me you love me, baby?
A powerhouse player in his own right. He has sat in for his late dad in rare Led Zeppelin reunions.
Bonham.
Victoria.
Bonzo.
Jason Bonham?
Yes.
I wouldn't have known his first name. Bonzo Jr.
Hassan Ramsey was a master of the darbuka, a drum best known in the West for accompanying this bare midriff activity.
It was belly dancing.
Adriana.
What is belly dancing?
Brother Click got it. Belly dancing.
Founded back in 1909, this company got a stratospheric boost when Ringo played their drums on The Ed Sullivan Show.
I think is it Premier drums? Premier.
That's some tough drummer trivia. What is Ludwig?
Ludwig, my
Here's the
mistake.
final clue in
The
drumming.
Who, Keith Moon played Premier drums.
Performances on
Premier
Big
Premier
Band,
drums?
Sing, sing, sing.
It wasn't Premier, it was
The
like Premier.
extended drum solo to jazz. Matt.
What's Krupa?
Gene Krupa is correct, bringing us to Final Jeopardy, a special elimination edition, as you players know. Here's your category. 18th century science.
Ah, yes.
And we'll be back with the clue in just a moment.
Okay, so I'm going to eat. I'll mute this. We'll come back to that. Let me turn this around. I want to start eating. I can just put this here or shut it off. Doesn't matter. But real quick, let's tell Brother Click. Rafterman from Maryland is here. He says,
Hey,
you and I are like potheads. Well, that's why we want to be neat heads. You know what I mean?
yes.
No, I don't smoke pot, but I will drink a beer in a bit. I'm not drunk yet. My brother's had a few beers. He's got to go to work again tomorrow, so he's got to go to bed probably in the next half hour. But and then Penny Pounder says, no, we're like Beavis and Butthead. But I don't think Beavis and Butthead would watch Jeopardy. I like Beavis and Butthead. I watch things similar to them, but I don't think they would watch Jeopardy. And I don't think they would cook their own food. And Rafterman says somebody looks like dumb. I think he's talking to about someone in Jeopardy. So I don't. Okay. That's my old. Oh, I'll show you the cuckoo clock later from when I was a kid. When I was a little boy, that was a Christmas present. The cuckoo clock was made in West Germany. It still says made in West Germany. That's pre-Berlin Wall when I was a little boy. So I'll show you that in a minute. Right now, you get to watch me eat. Actually, this isn't a good angle. I gotta show you zoom in. Shit.
If you can.
Now I hit the green screen by accident. Shut that off. I don't know. Close enough. If you can't see me, who gives a shit? I don't care. All right. You can just tune them out, ignore them. Because I don't care. They're gonna watch me. How is it? Be honest. I slaved away all day for you. Now, I actually want to know if it's fucked up. Let me know. I like to know if something's wrong. You know, shit. Is it burned on one side? Is it undercooked? I'll tell you what I think. This is the. I'm going to bite now into the cordon bleu. The bottom is juicy. See, sometimes I burn the bottom, but this bottom is pretty juicy. I don't know if you can see it. So it's not burned. It doesn't look burned to me. And this is the cordon bleu with the chicken and ham and the. Actually, I'm forgetting something. Hold on. I'm going to put some salt on mine. You want salt?
Nope.
I love to put a little sea salt on these things. It makes the taste. It really makes it pop, in my opinion. So I'm just doing some sea salt. See it? Because it really, I think, brings out the flavors. Why is this green? It's hard to get rid of this green screen thing. Okay. I'm like dumb. I'm doing something, then I stop just to read the comments in silence. Go back. Now what it says here is, Penny says, you only have to wage slave another 30 years. Congratulations. Hope this big, beautiful bill fails and we try to work our way toward neatdom. I think I'm more of a candidate. I like to get him diagnosed with something, but no. I'll become the neat first. And let's see. Cassandra wants to watch Jeopardy. Well, you can listen to it. It's on commercial. You can listen while you watch me eat my cordon, which is good. I like the bite-ites of it. You need some salt. And we still have 2 more left. If you want to, yeah, whatever. If you want a third, whichever one you want.
Yes.
And Penny Pounder is asking about Cassandra's decor in her house.
Oh,
He's asking if her carpet matches her drapes. That must be about her living. He's talking about her living room, I think, right? Okay.
I would imagine.
Why are you coughing like that? Okay, Brother Cliff's getting the beer. Okay. That cuckoo clock doesn't work, by the way. It broke years ago. My sister had a friend over, and the girl is years and years ago. The girl, they were like probably 12 years old. Not even younger, like 10 years old. And the girl went to pull, there's this pine cone weight. She went to go pull it up, and she pulled too tight, and the whole thing fell on the ground. And, they tried to fix it. It would work, then it stopped working. So it's more of a set piece now. But it was from when I was I must have been like 5 or 6 years old. I think Winnie the Pooh Christopher Robin had a cuckoo clock, so I think my aunt bought me a cuckoo clock, and it says made in West Germany, so it's a West German cuckoo clock. All right, let's go back to Jeopardy so I can eat.
Now playing only in theaters. Who will make it to the next round? Let's find out in Final Jeopardy. 18th century science is the category. Here's the clue. Naturalist the Count de Buffon mocked North and South American animals, like this elephant of the New World, the size of a very small mule. 30 seconds. Good luck.
All right, so what's the quote-unquote elephant of the New World, the size of a very small mule? It might not literally be an elephant, but what does he call the elephant of the New World? Unless he means the manatee, but that's a sea creature. I know manatees are related to elephants, but they're, I don't know, are they bigger than mules? How would you compare a sea creature to a mule? So I don't know what the answer is. You guys can guess. I have no idea.
Adriana Harmeyer brings 6,800 points into Final Jeopardy, and it's an animal clue. Adriana, there's a lot of pressure for you and your nephew right now. What did you come up with? What is taper? Good news for the family. It is the tapir, yes.
The taper.
What did you wager? 6,500. Very exciting for you and your nephew. 13,300 now. You have the lead for the moment over Matt Amodio. Matt, did you think of the taper? He got it as well. Did he bet enough? 601 moves him into second place with 13,601. Victoria Gross had a big lead with 27,200. Did she know it was the taper? Yes, she wrote it down right away. What did she bet? Nothing. So she stands pat with 27,200. She adds 3 more match points to take with her into the quarterfinals. Natamodio, 1 match point for second place, and that is enough to move you into the quarterfinals ahead of Adriana Harmeyer. Adriana, thanks so much for being here. We love having you back for Masters. You'll receive $15,000 as a runner-up prize. We love seeing you again. And we still have room for just 1 more player in the quarterfinals. Up next, Nilesh, Juveri, and Brad will be competing for that. You won't want to miss it. Stick around.
Yeah, I think it tastes pretty good. It doesn't taste burned, doesn't taste undercooked. You can tell it's definitely cooked, but it's still gooey. It's not dry. Mine so far has been good. How was yours?
I would agree. No problems, yeah.
That's the trick. I like the 10 degrees more than it says, and after you shut the oven off, leave it in the oven for another 15 minutes. I think that helps. Starlings are just sort of there. You can talk amongst yourselves or whatever.
Exactly.
Not just a commercial break, but is this coming back? Another half-hour Jeopardy? Yeah, Jeopardy Champions. Let's see here. Guide. Christ. Yeah, okay, so we'll do, yeah, they're showing the Jeopardy. Yeah. The show usually comes on around 7 o'clock. These are special, I don't know, championships and bullshit, but I like to just mindlessly watch Jeopardy. Well, I do try to think of the answer, but when Starlings ask, what do you watch? Oh, Brother Click, should I get you through laundry, or I gotta? Yeah, I'm not gonna move the camera. He's getting his. You can see him walk by in the background. He's getting his laundry. Someone asked, "Who does the laundry?" The answer is he does his. I do mine. Yeah, even when I moved back in here, I didn't have my mother do the laundry. I would do mine. He would do his. I would eat her cooking. That I miss. So I'm moving back in. The one positive moving back in after my father's stroke. I always loved my mother's cooking. I wish she had taught me some of it, but oh well. My brother will agree. Our mother was the one thing I can say about her positive is she was a damn good cook. I miss it, but wish she had taught me. Taper. Okay. Sea salt. In the grinder. This is boring. I'm just sitting here watching commercials. You people aren't talking. I'm letting it's still a bit warm. I'm letting it cool. It's good though. I can't go. Like I said, this isn't to pat myself in the back. I've ruined these. I've undercooked them. I've overcooked them. This came out just right, just hot.
Thanks for then. Actually, you're gonna die at this. So I'll put friend.
Yeah, I'm in the office. There's just some construction in my cubicle. Yeah. Oh, it's getting louder.
The lines are just so sick.
We're sick.
We're unwell.
That's fascinating.
Let's watch commercials. Cassandra, I'm sensing some condescension and some misunderstanding. No, when I fuck something up, I want to know what did I do wrong. If it came out good, thank God. I wouldn't say I worked hard on this. It's just you put it in the oven, but the oven can be finicky. This isn't like I slaved away. I just wanted to make sure we had a decent meal that was solid, but not. I didn't want fast food, and I didn't want soup, and I didn't want to spend time cooking something exotic or elaborate. The Hot Pockets weren't that great. You think microwave, how can you screw it up? But these didn't taste that great. These, so at least we have something decent. The Hot Pockets were edible, but no. Now, the world we live in, I can pause TV. I'm going to pause it because my brother's still putting his laundry away. Oh, here it is. Cool.
Yes.
Watch some more Jeopardy.
Let's do some
Jerry,
Jeopardy.
I know you're getting tired, but I should watch this and you're going to do.
We'll do some Jeopardy.
Oh, you're just joking. What are you saying? That I'm some sensitive spurg who can't take a fucking joke? Do I fly off the handle? But no. Let's go back to Jeopardy.
Jeopardy champion, Brad Runner, Juveria Zahir, and Nilesh Vinjamuri.
Nilesh Vinjamuri. All-American name.
Welcome back to the final game of the knockout round, where we have Nilesh, Juveria, and Brad battling it out for that final remaining spot in the next round. There's a lot on the line as we dive right into the Jeopardy round with these categories. Good luck, masters. We have Rivers up first, then Weathering some book titles, followed by Drop a Letter, Shop Talk.
Shop talk.
Hey there, Speedy.
Hello.
And finally,
I'm Aaron Sorkin, here to present clues about some of the stories and characters I've created.
Nilesh, make the first selection.
Rivers 400.
Dawson City, population 30,000 in the late 1890s, population 1,500 today, sits at the confluence of these two
The
rivers.
Yukon and the
Juveria?
Kodiak?
Are they Yukon and the Klondike?
That's right.
Klondike, shit.
Weathering some book titles for 800?
I was close.
In 2016, George R.R. Martin blew in with an excerpt from this very anticipated but unpublished novel. Sorry, folks, it'll come when it comes. Brad.
What is The Winds of Winter?
Yes.
Book title's 1,000.
We learned that Smilla is a damn great lady, 100%, in this Peter Hoog novel.
Peter Hoog.
Juveria?
What is Smila's sense of snow?
Good for 1,000.
I already said Hetty
Titles for
Gabler. That's
600.
what I could.
Now making a big move on the outside is the beloved horse Misty of this Virginia resort island. Brad.
What is Chincoteague?
Yes.
Shop Talk for 1,000.
If you work in the rag trade, you're familiar with this hyphenated French equivalent of ready to wear. Brad.
What is Pret-a-Porter?
That's it.
Shop Talk 800.
To a London cabbie, a long shift is this, the composer of Night and Day. Brad.
What is a Cole Porter?
You're working at Cole Porter, right?
Sorkin 600.
Here's Aaron Sorkin.
Jeff Daniels is one of the best actors I know, which is why I cast him to play Atticus Finch in my Broadway production of To Kill a Mockingbird and as a jaded anchor seeking redemption on this series.
What series is that?
Juveria.
What's the newsroom?
That's the series.
Rivers for 800.
Answer. Daily double, Juveria. You're not far behind Brad, who's in the lead. What do you want to wager on the first daily double of the game?
1,000 points, please.
True daily double then, going for 4,000 and first place. Here's your clue in Rivers. This name of a great river means son of a Hindu creator god.
What is Brahmaputra?
That's the river. You're at 4,000 and in the lead.
Rivers for 1,000.
Why, yes, this giant river of Central Asia flows through Kazil, Russia, and empties into the Arctic
The
Ocean.
Yangtze or the Yellow?
Nilesh.
What does Yenisei?
Yenisei is right.
Yenisei.
River 6.
How many
Australia's
Chinese rivers
longest
start with
river,
Y?
It bears the name of a Scottish soldier and British colonial secretary. Juveria.
What's Murray?
Right.
The
Aaron
River
Sorkin for
Murray.
1,000.
Back to Aaron Sorkin.
When I took on the task of writing the screenplay for the trial of the Chicago 7, I struggled with understanding this yippie activist, but came to understand the seriousness beneath his clownish facade.
I think it's Abby Hoffman.
Neelish.
Who's Hoffman?
Abby Hoffman, you got it.
Hey there, Speedy 1000.
This last name of Ettore was on the 1910 Type 15, which broke 55 miles per hour, and the Mistral, the fastest open-top car at 282 miles per hour.
Model A.
Brad.
What is Bugatti?
Correct.
Drop a letter 1,000.
To intimidate and a certain female family member. Juveria.
What's taunt and aunt?
No, I'm sorry.
Ant, buddy.
That's Ant. Hey, let's see what this turns out to be.
It would be to daunt. To daunt and ant. Back to you, Brad.
Sorkin 800.
Now it's funny because Totem was talking about this. You can daunt an aunt or whatever, but we don't say aunt or aunt. We say ant. A-U-N-T is just like the insect. And it's funny because even though daunt and ant were supposed to rhyme, even the Jeopardy host says ant,
Yes.
not aunt. So yeah, the more common, yeah, ant. So
Bizarre, we had this.
it's almost like synchronicity. That's weird because before I was talking about my father's aunt, and Totem didn't like the pronunciation because what does he know? He thought A-U-N-T should be pronounced differently. But I always know here in this part of the country, A-U-N-T is pronounced just like the insect.
Yes.
Your father's sister or whatever, your mother's sister, or the insect are pronounced the same. And even here, even though you have daunt and ant, it doesn't quite rhyme. Even they're saying ant. So it's not just me. You know, I hope Totem's paying attention. Hope Totem's fucking paying attention. Right back to that. Can you guys hear this? I'm curious. Can this be heard or? Let's see.
I based some of the character of C.J. Craig on this woman,
Wait, did
the
I rewind
first
back or
female
fast forward?
press secretary. She also
I want to say that's kind of weird though, isn't it, buddy? You see these weird,
Yes.
Intimidate and a certain female.
Okay, and Cassandra's saying some people do say aunt, A-W-N-T. Yes, I understand. I'm talking about different pronunciations. But even here on Jeopardy, they're not rhyming ant with daunt, even though I guess they theoretically should. He's pronouncing it ant. So this came up before. Totem, I was talking to my father's aunt, and Totem seemed to take offense to my pronunciation. I offended the Swedish Norwegian. But here.
Family member. Juveria.
What's taunt and aunt?
No, I'm sorry.
She said taunt. It's actually daunt. But the point is, she's saying aunt, Jennings is saying aunt, we say aunt. Isn't this kind of weird, buddy? These weird...
Yeah, this is.
Or watch people,
It would
buddy.
be to daunt. To daunt.
Totem really is the Fed. He's the Interpol.
Yeah, yes.
Aaron?
On the West Wing, I based some of the character of C.J. Craig on this woman, the first female press secretary. She also served as a political consultant on the show.
That's a woman.
Brad.
Who's Deacon Myers?
Very good.
Speedy 800.
On September 13th, 1935, he set a world speed record above Santa Ana, California by flying 352 miles per hour in an aircraft bearing his name.
It was
Brad.
Lindbergh.
Who's Howard Hughes?
Right.
Okay, Howard Hughes.
Drop a letter 800.
A goat and a marketplace. Juveria.
What's agora and angora?
You got it.
Drop a letter for 600.
A bit of color and Pulitzer-winning playwright William. Neelish.
What is Tinge Inge?
You got them both.
Speedy 600.
19th century surgeon Robert Liston could carry out this, which he called the last alternative, in less than 30 seconds. Neelish.
What is a C-section?
No, I'm sorry. Juveria.
What's a lobotomy?
That's also incorrect. Brad's been trying.
What is an amputation?
A very fast amputation, yes.
Shop Talk 6.
The pilots on an airline flight are the cockpit crew. The flight attendants are part of this other crew. Brad.
What's the cabin crew?
Yes.
Sorkin 400.
Back to Aaron Sorkin.
I spent 13 months in a hotel room writing The American President, so to unwind, I watched a lot of ESPN, which led me to create this TV series. I even got to visit ESPN's Bristol campus, where I got the inspiration for Felicity Huffman's character.
What's the name?
Brad.
What is Sports Night?
Yeah, great show.
Speedy 400.
This is pretty nimble for something that weighs 925,000 pounds. It's going 17,500 miles per hour right now. Neelish.
What is the Earth?
Sorry,
I think
no.
it's the moon.
Juveria or Brad? It's the International Space Station.
Oh, the International
Brad, back to
Space
you.
Station.
Let's do Shop Talk for 400.
A restaurant.
Well, I think that the
covers
Starlings
one
can hear it
guest.
because Cassandra
This
mentioned
follows a number
amputation
to
in 30
indicate how many
seconds.
guests a table seats, as in a 4 or 6 this. Brad.
What is top?
Or top, yeah.
Drop a letter 400.
Poetry and a Gaelic language. Brad.
What is verse and erse?
Right again.
Weathering 400.
This #1 nonfiction bestseller detailed lives lost aboard a doomed fishing vessel in 1991. Brad.
What is the perfect storm?
Yeah.
Let's go back to Sorkin for 200.
One more time. Here's Aaron Sorkin.
Director David Fincher said working with my writing wasn't for the faint of heart, but my 160-page dialogue-heavy script for this film delivered the goods, winning an adapted screenplay Oscar.
Javeria.
What's the social network?
That's the film.
Rivers for two?
Not the Amazon, but the more than 1,800-mile-long São Francisco is the longest river entirely within this country.
It is Brazil.
Javeria.
What's Brazil?
Yes.
Book titles for two?
I'll admit, reading about creepy orphaned twin boys in Red Rain by this author gave me goosebumps.
It was R.L. Stein.
Who is Stein?
R.L. Stein.
Goosebumps.
Drop a letter 2.
Finished and vie. Javeria.
What's compete and complete?
You got it. Well done.
Shot talk for two?
To a firefighter, the stick is this, extending 100 feet or more upward from a truck.
Was the ladder?
Brad.
What's a ladder?
That's right.
And the last one.
Final clue, and hey there, Speedy. Even if you order slow-roasted chicken with caliente sauce,
chicken.
this chain perennially leads in drive-through speed, about 4 minutes.
Taco Bell? I don't know.
That's an item on the Taco Bell menu. All right, Brad's off to a fast start, but there is lots more game left to play. Neelesh and Javeria have some catching up to do in Double Jeopardy, and we'll begin that in a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, pizza! We're trapped by dish it.
I'm actually full now. 3 Hot Pockets and 2 of these.
Yeah.
I don't want to have... I got 2 more. Got 1 cordon bleu, 1 broccoli, but now I'm full. I feel like it was... I think these made up for the Hot Pockets, which were kind of dry.
Yeah, exactly.
How the hell are there 11 people watching this shit? No.
I'm not even really doing anything. I'm just vegging like.
But that is a weird thing. I mentioned my father's aunt, and Totem didn't like the way I said aunt.
Yeah, no,
and then
yes.
the Jeopardy, it actually, they should have pronounced it the way Totem wanted. That would have made more sense.
Yes,
But
yes.
even though Totem will probably say, well, see that? You know, I pronounced it right because that's how it was meant to rhyme with daunt. Yeah, but even Jennings said aunt, as did the chick who rang in. So aunt is, yeah.
Yes.
That's just weird. Weird coincidence. Weird.
Yeah.
I gotta start my job on Monday.
Yes.
If I haven't had anything to drink yet, I'm gonna scrub the tub when you're in bed. Is that all right?
Good idea.
I got an iced tea. I can either leave this here or give it to Brother Click. I don't think Brother Click wants to be bothered.
Leave it there.
I'm gonna leave it here. Ugh. My iced tea from before was probably warm. Put it here. Can I open an iced tea? Oh, this night went somewhere. But you got up late. You slept in.
Yeah.
After 6 days of work, and you wanted your, a day to yourself. So I don't blame you. For me, let's show the Starlings. See what I got. Gold Peak. Look up there.
Connect first, unpack later. Set up in minutes.
There's 10 people watching this shit. It's like, what the fuck?
Are they saying anything?
No, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Maybe people just have it on in the background. They put it on when they're scrolling through their phone or whatever. Oh, I forgot to show you the question thing. Maybe I'll do it. Well, when this is over, I'll show you the question thing for you. A lot of commercials.
Brad Rutter is the biggest all-time winner in the history of Jeopardy, with a career on the show going on, is it 25 years now, Brad?
I hate to admit it, but yeah.
Well, what was your first appearance? What year?
2000, so yeah, literally 25 years. But I think I still look pretty good.
You look amazing. You look the same as you did then. What stands out to you from 25 years on the show? That's an unprecedented span of time.
You know, like, I've had tremendous success, but the one thing that still sticks with me is the first Daily Double, you'll probably remember this, of the GOAT tournament, where the clue was about Potemkin. And for some reason, I had Anna Karenina on my mind, and Count Fronsky came out my mouth, fully intending to say Potemkin. And it just went downhill from there. You were there.
Well, you seem to be exercising some demons in this game. You're off to a great start with a big lead, and it's always a pleasure to see you here, Brad.
Likewise.
I think Jennings, people say I'm passive aggressive. This what's his name? Ken Jennings seems passive aggressive. He likes when people fail. He likes pointing out, "Oh, you're way behind." It's like, I don't think he likes this guy because they were on the show together at some point. So,
Thank you.
Javeria Zahir is back with us. Javeria, I hear you have some fun study buddies.
I do. So I am in my 40s, so I know a lot about 90s pop culture, like 90s hotties, but I don't know anything about like 2020s hotties. So
Okay.
I'm very close friends with the person.
I kind of feel the same way. It's kind of interesting. It describes in her 40s. I don't know. Someone asked me why I'm wearing old man clothes. Well, hey, I'm in my 40s now.
Hires who just won Pop Culture Jeopardy, and they will send me pictures of young hotties, and they're like, "Who's this hottie?" And I'll say, "That's Harris Dickinson," and they're like, "Good." So it's like a hottie identification service.
So it's creepy unless you're studying for Jeopardy.
100%.
I understand. Speaking of very young people and 2020's hotties, look, it's Nilesh Jamori. You're the youngest master in this tournament. Are you aware of this?
Yes, I am aware of that.
I don't think it's all that close either. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels like I'm sort of the apprentice of Jeopardy. Like I'm just learning from the greats, and I'm just trying to, learn as much from them as I can. On Jeopardy, you see a lot of stuff that's it feels kind of dated, like it could be 80s, 70s culture.
Dated to you. It's not dated, man.
I think my older brother's tired, and I guess I'm performing for an audience that's not really listening, but they always talk about pop culture stuff. Jeopardy's not really focused. I mean, there are some pop cultural questions, but it's like, why do they keep referencing pop culture? It's like, this isn't Celebrity Jeopardy where they ask bullshit questions.
Right here. You're right. It's a broad spread of years. You're not wrong. You have someone supporting you here today?
Yeah, it's my high school librarian. He's right over there. I'm thrilled to see him come here and make it.
What's your connection to your high school librarian?
He coached me in quizzing in high school, and I owe a lot of the motivation I have to do well on the stage to him.
Let's give it up for librarian. Well done. Nilesh, you're going to be selecting first in the Double Jeopardy round. Pick up your signaling devices, everyone, because here come the categories. We have historical artifacts up first, then starts with two vowels, the national park system, followed by African food, pop culture, and biologist bio. Nilesh, what will it be?
Biologist Bio 2000.
His support for Chuck E. D. and his theories earned this man the moniker Darwin's Bulldog. Brad.
Who was Huxley?
Thomas Huxley is right.
Pop Culture 2000.
Wicked author Gregory Maguire said, this last name of Elphaba refers to the sound a house makes when it falls on your sister. Apparently that sound is throp. Elphaba throp. Back to you, Brad.
Artifact 16.
One namesake of this 1928 treaty aiming to end war is shown signing it with a pen now held by the National Museum of American Diplomacy.
Was the Knox Port Resolution?
What's Kellogg?
No.
Kellogg Briand.
Oh, yes, that's correct. In the nick of time. Well done. Select again.
Biologist
Briand.
Bio for 16.
In 2009, Elizabeth Blackburn won a Nobel Prize for her work discovering the nature of these structures that cap chromosomes. Javeria.
What are telomeres?
Yes.
Biologist Bio for 12.
Answer. Daily double. And suddenly you're contending for the lead, Javeria. What do you want to risk on biologist bio? You kind of like this category, don't
Well, if it's the last time I ever do this, 7,600.
you? Okay. For daily double.
She's making it a true daily double.
Here's your point. Biologist bio. In 1929, way before she wrote a few bestsellers, She did post-grad work at the Marine Biological Laboratory in Woods Hole, Massachusetts.
Who is Carson?
Rachel Carson is correct. You're in the lead.
I have no idea who the hell Rachel Carson is.
Historical artifacts for 1200?
Bottles endure of these products, like J.W. Poland headache killer, of dubious effect, despite the imprimatur in the name.
Was Elixir?
Javaria.
What are patent medicines?
Right.
Historic artifacts for 2000?
A find in Galilee has unearthed hairpins and horseshoes of the Crusader army wiped out in this 1187 battle. That's tough. The Battle of Hattin. Javaria.
So tip
Historic
my tongue.
artifacts for 800?
The Bible George Washington used for his first inauguration has a permanent home at this building where he took the oath. Javaria.
What's Federal Hall?
In New York, yes.
Pop culture for 1600?
This real-life star of Free Willy finally swam in the open ocean in 2002.
Shamu.
What's your name?
Shamu, right? Shamu.
Her name is Keiko.
Keiko.
She looks like a Keiko, right?
She's a cutie. Vowels for 1200?
Answer. Daily double. Different situation now, Javaria. Starts with 2 vowels as the category. What's the bet?
4000, please.
Okay, for 21,200 if you're right. Here's your clue. From 936 to 1531, most German kings were crowned in this city.
What is
Munich?
Aachen?
Aachen is correct. Yes.
Aachen, not Munich.
You got 4,000 more.
Oh boy. Starts with 2 vowels for 2000?
Usually conical, it's a kiln for drying hops.
I should know this because I
What
drink
is
so
an
much.
oast? Javaria?
Oast.
National Park System for 2000?
The smallest National Park Service site is a 0.02-acre Philly National Memorial named for this Polish-born man and rhyming with Moose Go.
Let's say Pulaski.
Who is Kosciuszko?
Right.
Kosciuszko.
African Food 2000.
Made by pounding cassava, this double-talk West and Central African food is often dipped in stews. And it's called fufu. Brad?
National Park 1600.
A national military park in Georgia and Tennessee is named for Chickamauga, and this other CH battle won a Confederate and won a Union victory.
Chambersburg? Chambersville?
The other one is Chattanooga.
Chattanooga.
Brad?
Yeah.
2 vowel 16.
It's another name for the tenor tuba that's used in military parades. That's a euphonium. Where to now, Brad?
African Food 16.
Borrowed from Amharic, it's the word for a spongy flatbread used in East African cuisine. Javaria.
What's Injera?
Right.
National Park System for 12?
The National Scenic Trail named for this 6-state area, but only going through 2 states, is especially scenic in autumn. Brad?
What is New England?
Yes.
African Food 12.
Many West African nations debate who has the best version of this tomato and rice dish, also known as riz gras, but we will not wade into it. Elish.
What is Jollof?
It is Jollof.
National Park 800?
At over 11,300 feet, Eagle Peak in Wyoming is the highest point in this national park.
Grand Teton.
Elish.
What is Grand Teton?
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, wow.
Javaria.
What's
Woodchuck.
Yellowstone?
It is Yellowstone.
Oh, it is in Yellowstone.
Pop culture for 12?
To coincide with the moon landing, this David Bowie song was released in the UK in July 1969 and became his first hit.
The Space Oddity.
Brad.
What is Space Oddity?
Right.
Biologist 800.
In 1930, this man published a book on the gall wasp. 18 years later, he'd get more public notice with work on the birds and the bees.
Kinsey?
Javaria.
Who is Kinsey?
Yes.
Pop culture for 8?
Not surprisingly, this party game for horrible people has an entire nasty bundle of expansion packs.
Cards Against
Elish.
Humanity.
What is Cards Against Humanity?
That's the game.
National Park 400?
Bonjour. Comment tu es? Louisiana's Cane River site bears the name of these people of mixed ancestry who occupied the land for 200 years.
Creoles.
Who are Cajuns.
Sorry, no.
No, Creoles.
Javaria.
What are Creole?
Creole, you got it.
African food for 800?
This tree with 3 B's in its name produces a fruit that's used in smoothies for its health benefits. Elish.
What is Baobab?
Right.
It starts with 2 vowels 800.
Contrary to its name, this animal is actually in the hyena family. Javaria.
What's an Ard wolf?
Correct.
Historic artifacts for 4?
In 2008, the New Mexico History Museum acquired one of these hats, left when Pancho Villa raided the village of Columbus in 1916.
The sombrero.
Javaria.
What's a sombrero?
Right.
starts with 2 L's for 400.
In court, it's a person who testifies about something based on what they heard, not what they saw. Juveria.
What's auditory?
No, I'm sorry. Brad.
What's an ear witness?
Ear witness, not I.
African food 400.
Ila alasepo in Nigeria vegetable. It's also central to gumbo. Juveria.
What's okra?
Right.
Pop culture for 400.
Angelina Jolie said this role was her favorite Disney character when she was little. She was afraid of her and she loved her. Nilesh.
What is Maleficent?
Maleficent is correct. Here's the last clue in Biologist Bio. The 1936 book Birds of the West Indies was a huge success. Ian Fleming loved it, and this author's name on its cover. Brad.
What is James Bond?
That's how James Bond got his name. Yes, taking Brad to 15,800. This game is not over yet. Final Jeopardy is very important. Here's the category for you three. American composers. We'll pause while the masters make their wagers. Then we'll...
I'm going to say, who is John Philip Sousa? Now, buddy, I'm going to take a look here. We'll flip things around because we got Doggo is of Chris Dubb. Okay, I sort of lost track. Chris Dubbs, how's life treating you and your brother? Well, my brother Clique is right here. We decided to stream from the app for fun. So Brother Clique is here. He's getting ready for bed. And this was a while ago. I was watching Jeopardy, so he might have flown away. And let's see, Doggo Food. Good idea for a stream. Nice chair. Said hi. Okay, he's gone too. Yep, Starlings pop in, pop out. Who cares? It says 8 or well, who knows who's here or not? Who cares? 8 people. But yes. There's a lot of it because these people weren't here earlier, so they don't know about the stuff we made. And the people who were here earlier have flown away. Oh, man. What else? Tully and Cassandra are still here. Well, Brother Click's getting tired. He'll probably, I mean, you know, it's 11 o'clock. I don't know if you want to keep watching some TV or you're getting tired. Another half hour. We can watch another Jeopardy or whatever. But what else? Anything you want to share with the Starlings? This isn't a, you know.
Yeah, no. This isn't a typical stream.
Well, I did one of these last night messing around. I thought I was showing my brother how to use the app again. The green screen. Retouch, whatever that is. Yeah, we got Thule, Cassandra, Doggo, Dubs. We got a good crowd here. Am I missing anybody? Yeah, I think I got everybody. I got Cassandra, Chris Dubs, Doggo, and Thule. That's it. Wow. I thought some more Starlings would come along.
Apparently not. What's Dev Pike up to?
I have no idea. I have no idea. He said it was his birthday today. I'm not sure how old he is. His age kind of changes, but today's supposed to be Dev Pike's. But in fact, that's right. It wasn't last night. Cassandra said she'd sing "Happy Birthday," like Marilyn Monroe for JFK. That in the same, you know,
Sultry voice.
sultry, slutty, drunken, yeah. Well, Cassandra's saying is refuting. She said that. I'm like, well, Dev Pike asked what my birthday present was, and I said, well, how about Cassandra sing you "Happy Birthday" a la Marilyn Monroe? And you agreed. I'm just killing time till the commercial's over. I want to see what. Okay, is it back? No, it's a commercial for Jeopardy. Wonderful. Shove the green screen, hit that. There we go. Well, you saw me cooking before. I microwaved some Hot Pockets if you were here. I baked up some of those stuffed breading things that have chicken and cheese, and we ate them, and they were pretty good. Now it's time to you watch me watching Jeopardy.
Here's a quick scoring change that happened while you were away. Our judges ruled that auditory witness Juveria's response was acceptable. 800 points were added to her score, and then the wagers were made. Final Jeopardy time, players.
Good job for Juveria.
Category. Here's the clue. After he died in 1990 at age 90, his ashes were scattered at Tanglewood, where he taught for 25 years and where his music was performed. 30 seconds. Good luck.
Okay, so this guy was born around 1900, died in age 90. American composer, Tanglewood. So I was going to say John Philip Sousa, but I think he was older than that. Sousa was dead before then. So, who's a great American composer that died in 1990 at the age of 90? Any ideas, Starlings? Do 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 Actually, I want to sing my own lyrics for this song. The name of the song is called Think, and I have my own silly lyrics on here. I'll go back and sing. Who do you think it is? I'll give us more time to think. We'll cheat. Yeah, he was 1900 to 1990. He died. His ashes were scattered at Tanglewood, whatever the fuck that is, where he taught. Says Tanglewood's a music school. Tanglewood.
I guess.
30 seconds.
Don't Google it. I am better than you. I am so much better than you will ever. I am better. This music sounds slightly different, like a different recording. Tip me over and pour me out. I am better than you. I am so much better than you will ever. I am better than you. Tip me over and pour me out. This music is like no lyrics, but it's so pretentious and judgmental.
And his final Jeopardy response was Bernstein, and I'm afraid that's not correct.
Not Bernstein.
Thanks for this awesome experience. Neelish, it was a pleasure to have you back. What did you wager?
Everything.
You will lose everything, dropping him down to 0. Brad Rutter was in second place with 15,800. What composer did you write down, Brad? He changed Fiedler to Ives. I'm afraid it is not Ives, Brad. You wagered 11,001. That leaves you with 4,799 points. Juveria Zahir, after a big double Jeopardy round, was in the lead with 26,800. Was she correct in final? Who is Fiedler? Brad's original answer. No, Arthur Fiedler is not correct. Aaron Copeland was on the faculty for many years.
Aaron Copeland. Aaron?
Died at age 90. It all comes down to this, Juveria. What did you wager? 6,000, taking you down to 20,800. You are the winner of this game. That's 3 match points for Juveria. 1 match point for Brad in second place. What a game. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. You can see Yogesh is still out in front, followed by Victoria and Roger. But look at this. Juveria is here with that big win when she needed one, moves into 4th place. And she will advance to the quarterfinals, joined by Isaac and Matt in 5th and 6th place. That means, sadly, that Brad and Neelish, you'll be leaving us at the end of the knockout round. $15,000 as your runner-up prize. What a pleasure to have you back. One of the all-time great Jeopardy legends, and a new Jeopardy legend in Neelish. Well played. What a great game. We'll be back with the quarterfinals next time on Jeopardy Masters. That kicks off on a new night. We'll be back next Tuesday on the Alex Direct stage. Join us then. Good night.
Okay. I know we're winding down. Buddy's getting tired. Do you want me to shut this off, or do you not mind that the Starlings are?
No, I'm thinking
Into the beer.
the Starlings can start.
Well, I might give you the remote. We can do an on-demand Jeopardy or one of the recordings, or if you want to do something else. I'm not sure we're going to watch for half an hour. I can show the Starlings some local news. Let's take a look here. All right, this is Channel 7, ABC, New York City. Here's local news.
A branch broke off a tree, part of it falling.
Look at that.
Parked car there, most of it landing on a front lawn. The sidewalk there is currently blocked off. Some of that storm damage happened behind homes, like here in Brooklyn, where a tree came crashing down in a backyard along Freeman Street in Greenpoint. The tree hit power lines, knocking out people's electricity. It also took out 3 fire escapes of a building. No one was injured. The Department of Buildings ordered the building's owner to install fire guards until the fire escapes can be repaired. And now that those winds have died down, we can look ahead to what's coming next, and there is a drastic change of temperature ahead. We won't rise above 70 degrees tomorrow, but temperatures come close.
Yeah, I can't believe tomorrow's the first day of June. It's very chilly here for this time of year. It's been chilly. Today was a chilly day. All right, yeah.
If you have a little bit of patience and you really like summertime weather, you will be handsomely rewarded until the latter part of the week. But
later on this week, it's warm up.
It's going to be pretty chilly tomorrow, chilly breeze, especially for the first day of June. In the meantime, yes, we're still cleaning up from the storm, from all that rainfall that we had last night and early this morning. The Rockaway River at Boonton, eastern parts of Morris County.
Oh, no.
Until early tomorrow morning. So there's a flood warning there, in particular just below the reservoir in Boonton, some minor flooding. And also through tomorrow, dangerous rip currents along the South Shore beaches of Suffolk County on Long Island. So stay out of the surf there. You're probably not going to be really compelled to go in the surf, considering water temperatures are only in the 50s, but the waters remain pretty rough out there. And we still have rainfall, pretty steady rain going on over eastern parts of Ulster, much of northern Dutchess County right now, even a couple of showers down over central and southern parts of New Jersey. That will kind of fall by the wayside overnight tonight.
Yeah, it's in the 50s in June. That's pretty chilly for this time of year.
Now, we still have wind gusting between 15 and 30 miles per hour. And we fall even lower overnight tonight. You're starting off tomorrow in the lower 50s in the city, 40s off to the north and west, and only recovering up to about 68 degrees during the afternoon. Tomorrow, some sunshine giving way to some afternoon clouds. Could still be a shower, mainly north and west of New York City, and it will still be breezy. But warmer days are ahead. We have a transitional day on Monday, and then 80s starting on Tuesday. Might be near 90 by later on in the week. And with that warmth and eventually humidity, so goes the thunderstorm chances as well. We'll detail that in your AccuWeather 7-day forecast coming up. Tanya?
All right, Jeff, thanks so much. New at 11, police are looking for the gunman who shot a teen in Brooklyn tonight. It happened just before 5 o'clock in the 1800 block of Fulton Street in Bed-Stuy. Investigators say a 16-year-old male was shot in the stomach. He's listed in stable condition. Police have not released a description of the gunman nor a motive for the shooting. The European Commission is preparing its response after President Trump announced he will be doubling the tariff on steel imports. The president announcing this increase as he touted a blockbuster agreement for Japanese company Nippon Steel to purchase U.S. steel. Here's ABC's Dave Packer with the latest.
The world reacting to President Trump announcing he would be doubling the 25% tariffs on steel imports he imposed back in March.
We're going to bring it from 25% to 50% the tariffs on steel into the United States of America, which will even further secure the steel industry in the United States.
Industry.
Posting on social media that those increased tariffs will go into effect June 4th. The European Commission reportedly slamming the move, saying it strongly regrets the president's decision and that this undermines efforts to reach a deal in the ongoing trade war. The EU also warning of possible countermeasures. The United States Steelworkers Union in Canada calling the tariffs a direct attack on Canadian jobs, saying it would completely shut us out of the U.S. market, calling for an immediate and forceful response from the Canadian government. President Trump announced this tariff increase during a rally in the steelmaking city of Pittsburgh as he touted the deal for Japan-based Nippon Steel to purchase U.S. steel.
This steel industry is really important here in the Mon Valley. It's not just for the steel workers, but there's thousands of jobs at stake here. And I'm hoping that it's going to be a good deal.
All this comes amid a week of legal back and forth over President Trump's tariffs. On Wednesday, the U.S. Court of International Trade ruled Trump had exceeded his presidential powers because only Congress can levy tariffs. But an appeals court then ruled the tariffs could continue as the legal process plays out. This issue is likely to end up at the Supreme Court. Dave Packer, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Announced today a slate of tributes and services to honor Charles Rangel. Relatives of the legendary congressman announced he will lie in repose at St. Aloysius Church in Harlem on June 9th and 10th. He will then lie in state at City Hall on the 11th and 12th. His funeral will be held at St. Patrick's Cathedral on June 13th. The service was originally set to be private, but will now be open to the public. Charles Rangel died Monday at the age of 94. Still to come on Eyewitness News at 11, dozens of people forced out of their homes after a fire erupted in Harlem. The search tonight for what caused the blaze. Also, a hiker trapped under a huge boulder, how his wife helped save his life. And the street festival serving as the kickoff to the National Puerto Rican Day Parade.
All right, buddy, I'll turn it back around. I'll give you the number if you want to, or whatever you want to do. If you want to have for, but real quick, Dev Pike asked a question. He wants to know. He goes, all right, who did he say here? This is low IQ. OC has zero interaction with chat. Well, this is just a lounge stream. We talked about this yesterday, but he said something before about why would Starlings want to watch low IQ American TV? Well, there's two reasons. One, people ask what I watched. So we watch Jeopardy. We might watch another Jeopardy. And we watch the news, the things I watch. Also, the news is localized. This is the local New York news. I understand you can probably watch things via satellite nowadays, but if you're in Phoenix, you'll see the Phoenix news. You don't see the New York news and vice versa. So I was sharing the local news of this region. And you're in England, so you're seeing American news. So that's local New York news broadcast only in the New York market. That's the local news, not the national news. So that's why, I'm just sharing what we're watching. My brother's going to find something else to whatever you want to watch or dick around for. If you want another beer, help yourself. You need another beer? Oh, you got a beer? Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, so Dev Pike wanted to know where this isn't, I can't do what I normally do. Well, first of all, Totem's not here. We know Totem's the most brilliant, so we can't share our ideas without the genius. He went away. But other than that, I can't post comments and all that shit and, share screen and bring people on because I'm doing this through the app. So this is just more of an after party app stream. Add me back on Discord. Well, I haven't been on Discord, so if I ignored your message, don't get upset. I'm not, ignoring. I just haven't logged in a while. Now, Dev Pike says, brutal black pill, a man dating 3 points down. Who is he referring to? Is someone on the news? Who's dating 3 points down?
Mm-hmm.
I believe you. I wasn't someone on the news. Oh, the guy, the hiker in the boulder or something like that? The guy who saved the wife from the boulder?
I guess so.
Yeah. Discord delete is what he says. Discord deleted me from his friends list, so he has to add you back. So Discord can just decide to delete people for no reason, or did you accidentally delete me? I'm starting to think you accidentally deleted me, or you intentionally deleted me. Maybe you said, "OC's a moron. This is low IQ stuff. I'm going to delete him." And he said you kind of regretted it and said, "Well, maybe I shouldn't have done that. I should give him one more chance." I don't know. I think you did it on purpose, but I haven't been on Discord in a few days. Next time I log in, I'll look into it. Okay, so it wasn't Discord. You did it, but he's saying it was accidental. Well, don't blame Discord as if Discord magically did it by itself. You did it by accident. What are you talking? Are you saying OC is better than you? Don't you know how much better he is than Doggo Food? What are you talking about? He's laughing. I don't get the joke.
Yeah.
Doggo was here. He said hi, but he left. What's the joke here? Oh, is Doggo streaming right now? Then go fly to his nest. Go watch him do whatever he does. He goes up on his roof in California there and just looks out on the ocean or whatever. This is why I disengage. The chat's kind of meh. When something interesting is said, I will re-engage. We have a new Rick and Morty tomorrow.
This is true, yes. TV Land.
Oh, I got some ice cream too. You want some ice cream? I'm too full for another. I might have some ice cream. You want some ice cream?
I think I'm good.
I'm not going to do syrup and whipped cream. I just want to do a scoop or two in a bowl because I might go for some ice cream.
You go get yourself some ice cream.
You can watch me eat. Anyone who's here can watch me eat ice cream.
Yes.
You guys like ice cream? I like ice cream. I haven't had ice cream in a while, so I got some ice cream. Do you want to see me eat some ice cream? Well, he wants to know, Dev Pike. Can you hear my brother, first of all? Brother Click, speak up.
Hey, Dev Pike,
Can
happy
you
birthday.
My brother can talk to you while I go get ice cream. Can you hear him, first of all? Yeah, Thule almost bought ice cream, but decided not to.
Why not, Thule?
He was a fool. He says it's so hot in Arizona.
Get the more need to get ice cream.
Exactly. Now, Dev Pike is asking about. Yeah, you should. Was it? I don't know if Dev Pike can hear you. I don't know if he can you hear Brother Click or is he too faint? Because I don't feel like moving the camera.
Dev Pike.
Can you hear Brother Click? I guess not. Oh well.
Yeah.
This is sea salt. Oh, you can hear him. He asked me, Dev Pike. They say they can hear you. Any news on James and the trip? Well, I'll let you answer that. We just basically you needed a day off, didn't you? Good.
Yeah, we both slept in today, and by the time we woke up, we would have gotten there at 5 in the evening, and it just wouldn't have worked. So who knows? He's not leaving it to the 11th now, so we still have some time. We'll see what happens.
Well, actually, I should show him something.
What's that?
The hush babies.
Oh yeah, those things. Where they are. Yeah, there's nothing on TV tonight.
Want to watch one of our recorded Jeopardy or is not a Jeopardy movie? You still have all the ones you recorded, right?
Yeah.
If you don't want to, you don't have to.
Yeah, I'm kind of Jeopardy out after all that.
I don't know, what can we watch for half an hour?
Who the hell knows? Yeah. Yes.
See, some ice cream. It's got these little chocolate chip things. It's vanilla with some chocolate chip in it. All right.
Possible tomorrow afternoon. Into Monday morning is bright, beautiful, getting warmer. Yeah, and then on Tuesday we repeat the process and it gets warmer still. Beautiful stuff on tap for the Queen's Pride Parade at noon at 64, partly cloudy, then 68 at 3 o'clock with more clouds, maybe a spot shower by 6. As we look at your 7-day forecast, here's the climb. 75 with sun on Monday. Tuesday we're at 80 with sunshine. Wednesday 85 with sun. Thursday 88, hottest day of the next 7 as it looks right now, and a chance for storms as we wrap up the work week and enter next weekend.
It's hard to believe 88 because today I had to put on a jacket. It was chilly.
Yes, and tomorrow morning 40s to start your day and some wind chills in the 30s for some.
But the sun is coming.
It is. Yeah.
Still ahead for us, the Knicks season ends in disappointment. Otis Livingston with the team in Indiana. Hear what the players are saying after tonight's loss. It's coming up next in sports.
First Alert Weather, sponsored by your Tri-State Chevy dealers. There's a reason Chevy is called.
As governor, Sean will fight for an affordable New Jersey and win. And he'll do it without taking the dump.
Right is from Bridgewater Kia and comes with an exclusive warranty for life.
Inside the body that can cause eczema to help heal your child's skin from within. Severe allergic reactions can occur. Get help right away for face, mouth, tongue, or throat.
Let's see.
This is not where my motherhood story is going to end. That was when I found New York Presbyterian. They were medically prepared for what
I think what's in Dev Pike is not a fan of television. He thinks there's a bunch of people, good-looking people screaming at you. Might be some truth to that, but anyway. So right now, I'm eating ice cream first, watching TV second, stream is third. This isn't like one of my sit-down streams. The streaming is like, The last thing on my mind, it's sort of afterthought. You people should be privileged to be here with me, but
I don't understand.
Yep, buy this, buy this. I thought the BBC was better, like you can have as many commercials or whatever. Would you rather like fix a door right now or something? I mean, there's nothing on though, really.
Nope.
Saturday night, people are out partying, having fun. If you're here on Saturday night, or whatever time it is where you are. Actually, what time is it in England? Must be about 4:30 in the morning, Sunday morning. Oh, that's right, you're off. You don't work weekends. Okay, I was like, shouldn't you go to sleep? Ice cream is good. And Dimian had some ice cream earlier today.
Oh, good for Dimian.
This is a jawline strip. I don't have much of a jawline, and my flub is buried under. I should probably shave before I clean the bathroom. Do a quick shave because make a mess. My flub or glove, whatever you call it, is buried by my beard right now, which has gotten grayer than I remember it being. My beard is really gray on the sides. Jeez.
Yes.
Push the price of steel products higher, Brooke. And Libby, also tonight, I wanted to ask you about this. The U.S. Defense Secretary warning American allies in the Indo-Pacific region of an imminent threat from China. What more do we know on that?
Yeah, Marquise oversees right now the defense secretary, and he issued this stark warning. Pete Hegseth earlier today calling out China's growing threat to our Indo-Pacific allies, saying Beijing is preparing to potentially use military force to alter the balance of power within the region. I want us to listen to what the secretary had to say.
Any attempt by Communist China to conquer Taiwan by force would result in devastating consequences for the Indo-Pacific and the world. There's no reason to sugarcoat it. The threat China poses is real, and it could be imminent. We hope not, but it certainly could be.
The secretary also encouraged Indo-Pacific allies to bolster their own militaries, and he also went on to reassure them that it's a priority for the Trump administration to do that as well, as the U.S. also is shifting its own policies to deter China. All that from the secretary.
Okay, a stark warning indeed. Libby Dean outside the White House for us. Thanks so much. For more, let's welcome in Republican Congressman Tim Burchett of Tennessee. Congressman Burchett, thanks for joining us tonight. Appreciate it. First off, your reaction to the president's announcement yesterday, doubling the tariff on steel and aluminum.
I think President Trump understands that Washington, if he waits on Congress to do something, we're so compromised by China and our foreign supposedly competitors that there's no way we will do anything with any guts other than maybe write somebody a strong letter. I think it's a great move by the president. I think it ensures American industry will have a future in this world instead of playing second fiddle. That's what Washington has done. Both parties, to be honest with you, man. They've sold us out every dadgum time because the lobbyists wave the dollars and we're like Pavlov's dog. We come salivating.
What is the Republican response to those concerns that this will also raise prices, not only on, of course, steel and aluminum in that industry, but also potentially impacting grocery prices?
I think it's temporary until we can get back into production. It wasn't competitive to us before because we were competing against our foreign adversaries and Washington, D.C., namely the United States Congress. And President Trump has taken that out of our hands, thank goodness. He understands the game. It will be a short-term pain, I believe, for some very long-term gain. It'll provide American jobs and, once again, security. And we won't need to be going to war for, and he understands the same thing about energy.
I don't know what the Australians are saying. We're going to have to lose
over oil. We'll get it all here.
If I can, Congressman, you mentioned that short-term pain for a long-term gain. How short is the short term?
Actually.
How long will Americans have to put up with this temporary
Dev Pike
pain?
says that is also saying that I'm wearing, a man contemplating life, eating ice cream in an outdated 1950s. Oh, the rocking chair? No, the chair. I thought you meant the clothing. No, the chair is actually a fairly new-ish chair. My father's cousin bought it for his mother like 10 years ago. She's dead now. But this chair isn't that old. I don't think. I thought he meant my clothing because didn't someone say I was wearing, outdated clothing?
Someone did, yes.
And Doggo says my beard is sweet. Well, is it ice cream or is it just my gray hair? You can't tell if it's vanilla ice cream or just the gray hair. Wait, the House passed it? Oh, that's right, the House passed it. It's got to go to we know that already. I was getting scared. No, it's got to go to the Senate.
They could make it better, man. They could make some adjustments to SALT. We just basically gave away the farm for 6 legislators, and I don't see much in return for that other than the state of Tennessee and Florida, who do not have an income tax, will pay a lot more because these northern Democrat-controlled states won't rein in their own leadership, and they just let them keep doing things like LGBTQ museums. If they want to do that, that's fine. But the taxpayers of Tennessee shouldn't have to subsidize the taxpayers of New York.
The Congressional Budget Office preliminary
What the hell is he
analysis
saying?
has
I don't
already
even
said
think
that
that's
the
true.
tax policies within this
I don't think
bill
Tennessee is
would add
subsidizing. It's the other way around.
$3.8 trillion to the national debt over the next 10 years. What do you say to people who are concerned by that number?
That is slowing the rate of growth. We add $1 trillion every 100 days. I would say that President Trump in this bill, if they are accurate in their statement, that is an incredible decrease in spending in our rate. We have a train running at us. It needs to be going the opposite direction. It's got to come to a stop. This bill brings it to a stop. Future legislation, the DOGE legislation, if we'll get the guts to pass some of it, you'll see further cuts, and I see it. That will move us in a positive direction. Also, with the economic impact of our energy sector being unleashed in that bill, which nobody seems to want to talk about, is going to have some huge impact in a very short time.
You mentioned Doge. Elon Musk yesterday, he officially left his position in the White House and a sort of a send-off from President Trump. You have been a supporter of Musk and his Doge team, but with his exit now, what does Elon Musk's role look like within the Trump administration?
Well, no, it's whatever he wants it to be. He can do whatever he wants, I assume, but I believe he lit the fire, really. That's what I think the intent was there, and to show the American public how somebody can come in just a short amount of time and show you incredible waste, billions upon billions of dollars. But again, Congress has to have the guts to pass something. I have a piece of legislation to defund the Taliban. We send them $40 million a week. The State Department, in an unclassified document, as I have in my office, 5 pages long, it shows that we've in fact given them $5 billion total. Yet Congress doesn't have the guts to stop that. The reason is because of the NGOs, the non-government organizations. We have close to 1,000 of them that are working in Afghanistan, and the Taliban gets their cut every week. They will hate us for free, ma'am. We ought to cut them off. Again, the NGOs, the money flows right back to Washington, and we better start watching whose pocket it goes in.
Elon Musk had said at the start of all of this that with Doge, he aimed to cut $2 trillion in
Ice cream was pretty good.
spending. They did not reach that number with his role in the Trump administration now coming to an end. Has Doge done enough, and where do they go from here?
I think that every department, I'm in Tennessee, and we're a balanced budget state. We don't have an income tax. They're even talking about implementing some of those ideas here. They can call it Doge or whatever. It's just fiscal awareness and doing something about it. The question is now, will Congress do something about it? I sure hope they do. I sincerely have my doubts that we'll go that far, because when you start cutting into money into these groups, somebody's husband, their husband or their wife or their girlfriend or boyfriend or a combination thereof is usually employed in one of these agencies, or by the lobbyists who lobby on behalf of them at taxpayers' expense. So that's when, again, Congress gets very gutless, and we've got to start holding their feet to the fire. We got to tell these people that come home and preach, throw out all this red meat at the Reagan Day and the Lincoln Day and the MAGA dinners, and then come back to Washington and vote you down the river. We need to start paying attention to those people, and maybe they need to find a new job.
Okay, fair enough. All right, Congressman Tim Burchett, thanks so much for joining us on a Saturday night. Appreciate it. Still to come, an unnamed former Diddy assistant taking the stand in the music mogul's trial. We'll tell you what she's saying about the alleged sexual abuse she faced from her
I'm gonna go up and do some scrubbing in a bit. I can digest a moment.
I hope so.
Hold on a minute. Give me this. Let's want to say goodnight, brother. I'm probably shut this off. So it's like when you do this kind of stream, there's there's nothing on your part. It's just, it's whatever happens. This is like no lead or direction. So I'm just streaming in the background doing nothing. Maybe we'll do more of these. But yeah, brother,
Good night, everybody.
Brother Cook's gonna go to bed. He's piecing out. I'll probably go up and, it's late on. He wants me to clean the bathroom, so I should probably do that. Yes. Double tap your screens. What do you mean? What? I guess I should download one of those other apps like Prism or Doggo. Which one do you use? Because you can actually see the chat on screen. I don't think the chat showing up or not, but well, yeah, the excuse me, the computer streams are the high effort ones. That's the thing about this stream. These are like the low brow. Every now and then, because I don't feel like streaming right now. I don't feel like going over there and sitting there and. So I figured I would just do this for a change. This isn't the same. It's a different caliber. It's a different type of stream. This is just a coffee house where you starlings can talk to yourself and watch me watch TV. Yes, that's correct. These streams are, so if you see me streaming, I'm doing this. I'm on the app. It's most likely low effort. Oh, here it is. There you are. Well, if I go up to the bathroom and watch me scrub a tub, I mean, that's going to be even more boring.
It's a crazy feeling.
Okay, for my neck.
Really wasn't. It's really hard.
Which is awesome. Now, if you're wondering what they feel.
A lot of commercials and infomercials. Saturday night, Normies and Chads and Stacy's are out partying, and middle-aged, old, ugly Spurgs are just whatever. But I gotta adjust because I gotta get up early Monday. I can't fuck this job up. But oh, my clothing is 1940s. Okay, thanks. Yes, well, I'm very nostalgic. What can I say?
Behold, the technical...
But you're right. As I'm watching TV, I am thinking of things. My mind is always racing, always thinking, always, You are correct. I'm contemplating. Like what? I got that 1,000-yard stare. You can tell.
I'm not a cop. I work for the Yankees.
They stink.
News clip on the Beatles was broadcast on CBS.
Ooh, actually.
Of November 22nd.
I'm actually glad. In the United States, we have something called PBS. It's called Public Broadcasting. It doesn't have commercials, but it's got, info drive, the telethons, you try to raise money. But there's this program. I caught it once. I actually love to own this on VHS. Let me show you. This I like. This is something I enjoy. When people ask me, they're like, this is called Deconstructing the Beatles. It's not, it talks about the music, but it also talks about some of the history. It's like a good mix of documentary, but like the guy, he's a professional musician. He'll start playing piano riffs and, show what they did.
It was supposed to air again later that day. But just hours after the feature on the Beatles was broadcast, Walter Cronkite was on the air informing the country that President Kennedy had been shot in Dallas. So it wasn't until December 10th that CBS rebroadcast their story on the Beatles. Watching the show that night was Marcia Albert, a 15-year-old girl from Silver Spring, Maryland. That evening, she wrote a letter to WWDC in Washington asking why they weren't playing Beatles music on the radio. Well, they weren't playing it because no major label had released it yet. WWDC's disc jockey, Carol James, decided to take matters into his own hands. He arranged to have a single of I Want to Hold Your Hand brought back from Britain by a flight attendant he knew. When the single arrived, he invited Albert on the show to introduce the song.
So Marcia Albert of Dublin Drive of Silver Spring has the honor of introducing something brand new and exclusive here at WWDC. Marcia, the microphone here on the Carol James Show is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time on the air in the United States, here are the Beatles singing I Want to Hold Your Hand.
After that initial broadcast, the WWDC switchboard lit up with requests for the song. Soon, I Want to Hold Your Hand was being played all the time on the station. Well, it didn't take long for Capitol to learn that a Washington station had jumped the gun by playing I Want to Hold Your Hand on the air 4 weeks prior to its scheduled release date. Capitol telephoned WWDC and requested that the single be pulled off the air, but the station refused. After all, there was an enormous demand to hear it. Realizing that they could not stop the radio station from playing the record, and believing that it was just an isolated incident, Capitol decided to press a few thousand copies of I Want to Hold Your Hand and send them to the Washington area. Well, that strategy might have worked had WWDC opted to keep their exclusive. But Carol James sent a tape of the song to a disc jockey buddy of his in Chicago, who then played it on his show. Then, a St. Louis disc jockey started playing it on his show. And suddenly, with Christmas less than a week away, stations in 3 major markets were playing I Want to Hold Your Hand. At the time these unauthorized copies of the song were circulating among the nation's disc jockeys, teenagers were out of school for the Christmas holiday, and they were all spending their time listening to the radio. So they all wanted to buy this Beatles music that they were hearing. Capitol quickly came to the realization that it was too late to put the genie back in the bottle. Since Capitol's business was to get records played on the radio, it made no sense to try and halt airplay
just because the record's scheduled release was weeks away. Instead, they got all their factories to work overtime producing the 45, and they even enlisted RCA and Decca's pressing plants to manufacture additional copies. I Want to Hold Your Hand, backed by I Saw Her Standing There, was officially released the day after Christmas 1963, and it quickly went to #1 on the US charts. As Livingston had promised, Capitol created a large marketing campaign around the Beatles, with radio and print ads and in-store displays. They even sent instructions to record store staff to put on their Beatles buttons and wear their Beatles wigs. Capitol also pushed forward the release of the Beatles' first American album, Meet the Beatles. They pushed it up to January 20th, 1964. The album sold over 3.5 million copies within 2 months of its release, outselling the I Want to Hold Your Hand single.
This is something else I also enjoy. I love it. This is partly, historical with what happened, but then the guy goes into like music things. I like it because you've had, you might say the Beatles, it's been done to death, but they'll mix the history was going on with like, okay, this is why this song worked. They did this odd chord inversion or whatever. So I like the mixing, the blending of the two. And the brick wall, you should, that's, in Westminster, city of Westminster, which is a borough of London, they would record at Abbey Road Studios. On the back of the Abbey Road album, I think that was an actual wall in Westminster, London. So he's just sitting with the backdrop from one of the Beatles albums near to Abbey Road Studios in the Westminster borough of London. That's what that's a reference to. The brick wall.
Will you please shut up? Cut that crap out. Hey, Maureen. Is that a question? There's a question here. How many a bowl if you have to wear those things? Some bowl.
The next day, Saturday, February 8th, it's dress rehearsal day. Unfortunately, George Harrison has strep throat and a temperature of 104 degrees. His sister Louise, who had come into town to visit George, stayed with him in his hotel room.
Oh, is it City of London?
Every hour.
No, it said City of Westminster on the side.
The Beatles, minus George, traveled by limousine to CBS Studio 50 for the first of several rehearsals for their debut appearance on The Ed Sullivan Show. During the journey, their cars were charged by fans. 10 mounted police and 52 officers were stationed at the studio while the Beatles were inside. At the studio, the Beatles had to have people sit in for George while the director rehearsed camera positions for the show. Notice also the set. This was the original backdrop. Colored lights were supposed to change while the Beatles played. Now, Sullivan rarely came into the studio on weekends, but this Saturday, he decided to show up to pose for the reporters who were there covering the Beatles. When he saw the set, he demanded a change. Everyone knew who the Beatles were, he said, so there was no need to show their name. His team quickly replaced the set with one made up of arrows pointing towards the stage. Finally, the day of the show arrived. George was given a shot of antibiotics and a lot of amphetamines, and the Beatles headed to the studio. First on the agenda, the Beatles recorded Twist and Shout, Please Please Me, and I Want to Hold Your Hand. This was for the pre-tape segment that would be broadcast on February 23rd. After that, they were ready for the live show. The song they opened with was a highlight of the just-released Meet the Beatles album, All My Loving. All My Loving has some incredibly difficult parts that the Beatles played perfectly in front of the massive TV audience. Paul sang beautifully while simultaneously playing a walking bass. John strummed rapid-fire guitar triplets without missing a beat. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. George Harrison, still sick with the flu, flawlessly executed the song's rockabilly guitar solo. And behind them all was Ringo, switching his sticks against the cymbals with a huge smile on his face. It was an amazing way to open their first appearance on American television. Here they are, the Beatles.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Beatles.
Well,
Well, I probably get a copyright strike for this for sure. You know, it is a slow stream. I told Dev Pike, which I'll tell Doggo, that this stream is just like an after party lounge around, nothing special. So if you're hoping for something like deep and I don't know, or entertaining, well, I can't be on 24/7. I'm on, but I'm not on right now. Yeah, I should get a drink pretty soon. I'm basically putting off the bathroom, but I wanted to get something done tonight. I got a laundry basket. I gotta go wash like the towels and shit, and I gotta like scrub the shitter and scrub the tub again. But the towel, I gotta find I bought a new shower curtain, but I'm not sure where I put it because the old one was just shit, so I threw that out, and then I gotta scrub the sink and the mirror. I'm just putting that off. I guess I'll go to midnight and I'll go do that, or I'll make this 3 hours, something like that. Another 10 to 15 minutes, unless you really want to watch me do a bathroom, which I don't think you do. It's not very pretty.
She Loves You, a song that had sold fewer than 1,000 copies when it was released in America in September 1963. Soon, it would be #1 on the Billboard Singles Chart. The Beatles' first appearance on The Ed Sullivan Show had 73 million viewers, the largest television audience ever for a TV show, until the finale of MASH in 1983. In just a few months, the Beatles had gone from complete unknowns in America to a phenomenon that the country had never seen before. Just 2 months after the first Ed Sullivan broadcast, the Beatles would occupy the top 5 positions of the Billboard Hot 100 chart, with 7 other songs in this Hot 100. And the Beatles were just getting started. That summer, they would release their first feature film, A Hard Day's Night, growing their fan base even further. Beatlemania had finally conquered America, and we would never be the same.
I'm Carolyn Blackstone, and I'm here with the creator, the producer, and the star, along with the Beatles, Scott Fryman.
Thank you so much for having me.
See, now what they're gonna do? They're taking a break, and they're gonna beg you to like make a donation, and you can get the whole DVD set. This is PBS.
Scott, you are a musician, you are a musicologist, all of that. You could have looked at Pink Floyd, you could have looked at Rolling Stones, The Who. Why the Beatles?
Why the Beatles?
It's just timeless. We all know it. We all grew up with this music. Our kids know it. Our grandparents know it. And they evolved with it.
But maybe Thule would have preferred AC/DC. I mean, why the Beatles? Why not AC/DC?
So much to talk about when you talk about the Beatles.
There is, and I think all of us love to learn about the stories behind the music industry's most legendary performers. I would say it's almost as great as listening to the music itself. But public television's ability to bring you programs like this depend on you and your gift of financial support. You see, your contribution will enable this station to bring you more terrific programs about your favorite music artists like the Beatles, as well as terrific concerts and documentaries in the months ahead. And today we're only getting a little taste of deconstructing the Beatles. When you contribute at this station at certain levels, we have some wonderful ways of saying thanks, and I'm going to tell you about them. First, we have these cute Beatles all together now, happy socks.
Yes, if you give them $100, they'll give you a pair of socks.
Andy Warhol-like socks. And this is our thanks to you when you make an ongoing contribution of $8 a month or a one-time donation of $96.
So 2 pairs of socks for $96. I would love to own this DVD set. It's 2 DVDs, okay. But $120, $60 a disc? Fuck that. Can I pirate this? I do enjoy this guy's what he does, but
To talk about it. It's the last album the Beatles recorded together, and there's loads of material. Here Comes the Sun, Something put together. A lot of great stuff. I do a lot of talking about these songs, deconstructing them.
Fascinating talking as well. And we will send this 2 DVD set to you when you make an ongoing contribution every month of $10 or a one-time donation of $120. Now, if you truly want to take a deep dive into the history of the Beatles with Scott, I'd like to suggest grabbing the Deconstructing the Beatles 11 DVD collection. Tell us about that, Scott.
oh, so for $120, you only get 2 of the discs. How much does the whole set cost? How much is the whole fucking, $360? Wonderful. Look at
And the history and the journey that they took together in their music, it's all in these DVDs.
Okay, so the DVD collection, plus you'll also receive the Beatles All Together Now socks. Here they are.
Oh, you get the socks too for $360. Okay.
This great collection is yours when you make a month or a one-time donation of $360. Remember, your contribution will help us bring you more terrific concerts and music documentaries in the weeks ahead. Please show your support now by calling the number on your screen or visiting us online at your safe and secure website.
Hi, I'm David Rubinson, and like you, I thought I knew pretty much everything there was.
Yeah, so you see, allegedly commercial free, but all it is like constant interruptions begging you to make a donation. No, but there's the two. I will say this: there's what are those concepts? Those Latin terms, argumentum ad populum or argumentum ad noveltum, whatever they are. To think something is good or bad because it's popular, or to think something is good or bad because it's obscure, both are logical fallacies. You shouldn't like something because everyone likes it, but you shouldn't hate something because everyone likes it. If you like it, you like it. Like, I like vanilla ice cream, as do billions of people. Well, I'm not going to eat vanilla ice cream because, oh, that's too popular. It's been pushed too much. If you don't like it, you don't like it. If you do, you do. So I don't care if nobody likes it or billions like it. That's how I feel about the Beatles. I think you can only push and promote so far. There actually has to be something there for it to take off, for that spark to be there. Because a lot of shit was pushed over the years that just didn't make it. So I think they did have something special. But yeah, to say, oh, they were just pushed and blah, 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 they were really promoted. Yeah, that's true, but to say it sucks because so many people like it's, yeah, argumentum ad populum, is that the one? That's for you, Pike. Argumentum ad populum, is that what you're making a logical fallacy appeal to? No.
Enjoy our most popular member benefit.
It's so adorable. This is all leather, and again, you can adjust it. And so
It was a nice feeling to have found one more friend in this. I would like to express my sincere and utmost gratitude for your effort. My essay on computer and visual electronics. I applied the grant for my electronics. Most of my energy is flowing in this direction.
We're forced to come out on the...
No, I'm not ignoring the way it was pushed. I know it was pushed. But if you're saying that alone was the reason for their success, no, I that's, again, argumentum ad populum. Okay. You're saying that the value of the music is way overvalued because it was pushed. I mean, you could try to push some other bands that probably wouldn't have that same, even if you, while the pushing helped, you could push other bands that wouldn't have had that same appeal. There was something special to them, something that people really, really liked. And it's okay to like or dislike it. It doesn't matter if it's popular or not. That's what the logical fallacy that you're... I'm not understanding your quote-unquote logic.
It's thanks to these...
Funding for G0 World is provided by our lead...
That's just what I want to keep eating. Shall we move to the middle floor?
yes, please.
I don't understand what's going on.
Judge, have Officer Trenwell remove these people from the building.
Hi! It's Jim. Here we are, Jim! Can you still hear me? We hear you perfectly, Captain. Follow my voice. Spock, go ahead, follow my voice. You hear me? Keep following my voice. Spock, good. This must be it. What are you waiting for? Hurry! Come on, Spock. You start ahead, Doctor. I do not wish to part from you.
I cannot come. If I go back, I will die.
What are you waiting for? Hurry! How much time do we have? Scotty, how much time is there? You've got to call port now. Come on, Spock. Now. Something's wrong.
Now, I'm watching Star Trek original series. Again, that also has broad appeal. I like it. I can't like it because it's popular. It was pushed too much. But then there are people who think it sucks and it's for nerds. Either, it's like... Well, there might be truth to that, like if the Beatles were ugly fucks. But, you know, what you're talking about is comparable to Milli Vanilli. Milli Vanilli, I guess the music was technically good, but the band was aging. So they got two guys who were not musicians to be the frontmen, because you have to have the look. I understand what you're saying. But that, if you still like the song, regardless of who's singing it, whether it's a Chad or some ugly old fuck, I still like Blame It on the Rain, yeah, yeah. Blame it on the stars in the sky. Whatever you do, don't put the blame on you. Blame it on the rain, yeah, yeah. That was a catchy tune, regardless of who the actual face was, in my opinion. So you could say, well, those guys were just lip syncing, so you can't like the song. Or the actual people were old, they're an aging band, so you can't like. I don't care who was originally behind it. The song was okay. So what you're saying is partially true, but it doesn't really speak to the value of the music itself. Now, you're being a lookist, Pike. You're saying what? Because what? Paul McCartney was a Chad. I can't like Love, Love Me Do because what? The guy who wrote it was good looking. If the guy who wrote it was ugly, would I also not be able to like? I don't. It's actually me being an anti-lookist. I don't give a fuck if you're a Chad or an ugly fuck. If I like the music, I'm going to listen, regardless of whether it's being pushed because Chad is singing or whatever. So I don't understand what you're arguing here. No, that's where I disagree. Blame It on the Rain was a catchy tune. Even if the two guys were lip syncing, it was really another band. The song was catchy. A lot of the Beatles stuff is good. I don't care what they look like. I actually like their stuff. You know, I don't recall how old I was when I heard my first Beatles song, but I probably heard their songs before I saw what they looked like. So, no, and you can say, well, it's because it was pushed. No, I mean, if it really sucked, then people wouldn't listen. Even if teenage girls are screaming, I see, like, those bands, you gave some bad examples, like the Backstreet Boys. Yes, teenage girls scream for them. I'm not going to go out and buy a Backstreet Boys album. I never did. I wouldn't watch a show about deconstructing the Backstreet Boys. They didn't even write their own songs or play their own instruments. It's like that was put together, that was put together and promoted. And I don't think anyone's going to say, let's deconstruct the Backstreet Boys. No, the Beatles definitely had something special, special talent, I feel. I listen to their shit regardless of what they look like. I don't listen to the Backstreet Boys. So you're right. When people say the Beatles were the first boy band, yeah, in a way, but they actually wrote their own shit. They played their own instruments. They were actual musicians too. So you're saying because they were good looking, their musical talent just has to go out the window because, oh, they're Chads. I don't care about that aspect. I'm dead serious when I think they're Chads. They're also damn good musicians. The Backstreet Boys were not musicians. They would sing and dance around what they were told to sing and dance. No, the Beatles were actually, I find that the most fascinating thing on the Beatles is like what they would do. In fact, that's another thing. They actually stopped touring. Like you said, they were Chads. The concerts were getting to be ridiculous. Touring was getting to be a pain in the ass. So they said, we're not going to tour anymore. And they still sold records. It's not like, forget the teenage girls. People were like, okay, I don't care if they're not touring. I like Abbey Road. I like Sgt. Pepper's. So, no, and I don't think everyone buying the records did so because they were Chad. I don't believe that. Yes, the stuff you see with the Beatlemania, that was Chad worship, just like Backstreet Boys. But it doesn't account for all of it, is what I'm trying to argue. So I don't know why you're dismissing the musical aspect of the Beatles because there was also that Chad mania aspect. That's where the logical fallacy comes in. No, but like I said, I don't know if there's a delay here. But even after they stopped touring, even after all that, even after they stopped writing silly love songs and they got more psychedelic, people still bought their albums. And there were some, like I remember one time when I saw something once when Strawberry Fields premiered on, I think it was American Bandstand, it's an American television show. There were a couple of girls who were like taken aback. They're like, I don't like this. It doesn't sound like I want to hold your hand. They look weird now with the long hair. And there was some like proto-hippie guy who's like, I actually kind of like this. So no, I don't think it's as simple as Chad worship with the Beatles. I think they had some special talent. If you don't like them, that's fine. But to say it was all Chad mania, no, I think the Beatles actually did have a talent that the Backstreet Boys didn't have. As far as Christopher Cross, you're right. He came out just before the advent of MTV, and it's always said that MTV killed his career. And there's definitely truth to that, especially the music videos. I was never that crazy about Christopher Cross, but I'll still listen to his music again, regardless of what he looks like. Got such a long way to go, such a long way to make it to the border of Mexico. So I fly like the wind, fly like the wind, fly. I was never crazy about it. If you get caught between the moon and New York City. But I do like I said, like sailing takes me away. So I like Christopher Cross. You're right. The aspect, there's that Chad aspect of the music business, no question. So the Beatles were lucky that they had the Chad looks that Christopher Cross did not have. But both the Beatles and Christopher Cross had the musical. I guess the Beatles were the whole package. They had both the Chad. They fulfilled the Chad aspect, but they also had the music talent. Christopher Cross had the music talent, but didn't have the looks. The Backstreet Boys have the looks and can dance, but they don't write their own songs. So yeah, I guess the Beatles had both. Christopher Cross had music, but no looks, and Backstreet Boys had looks, but they wrote and sang. They sang and danced to what they were told to. They didn't write their own shit. Doggo, you're back. Yeah. No, I think sometimes some of their lyrics are shit, but as I've always said, if you think about like any silly love song, I love you, you love me, he, but then you listen to the actual guitar work, it's a big part of it. Like, it's not just the lyrics. There's the musical aspect. There are people who don't really appreciate music. I understand not everyone's the same. People might listen to a song for the lyrics first and foremost, but you listen to like the different. That's why I like this show. The guy talks about in the song "I Want to Hold Your Hand." Instead of just going on, straight into this, they began with this triad, which is odd. Most music at the time would just do a straight chord. They were playing triads, and they ended it on this weird sustained chord. I like the musical experimentation behind the scenes. So while you're looking at the surface level, she loves you, yeah. The Beatles really did have a talent. They all came together. It really was, special. Yeah, there was that. We're beyond the music and the nonsense words. So you're just looking at they were chads. True. The words are nonsense. Some of them, yeah. But there's more going on there. I think you're just throwing out the baby with the bathwater, as they say. I thought Paul McCartney was the one most women, because who's your favorite Beatle? I think Paul McCartney always ranked number one with most women. Sure, you could have a woman who says, I like George better. I think Paul McCartney was considered the cute one by women. Women liked Paul the best. Again, like I always say, men can't judge as the men. It doesn't matter if you think, well, Paul's kind of plain looking. I think George is hot. Okay, you're a dude. I'm a dude. We can't judge each other. What does a group of women say? That Paul McCartney was the best looking of the four. Women have a different sense of attraction. We've been over this. That's a good example. I think Paul, in the eyes of women collectively, Paul was the best looking. Yeah, she might have one woman who says, I don't like Paul McCartney. He looks too much like my uncle. I prefer Ringo. But on the whole, most women thought Paul was the best looking of the four. But see, again, I still like the music. I don't give a fuck what they look like. I'm dead serious when I say that. Like Christopher Cross, I'm not as big a fan of him, but if I like a song, I'll say I don't give a shit. But I do like. So because Christopher Cross is ugly, I can't listen to "Sailing Takes Me Away," or because Paul McCartney, all the girls loved him, I can't listen to, I Want to Hold Your Hand, because what? Because, in other words, you're saying, Dev Pike, you're like the ultimate lookist here. You're saying look should permeate everything. If a Chad wrote it, I can't listen. If an ugly guy wrote it, I can't listen. So I'm not allowed to enjoy something because the creator looks or doesn't look a certain way. My God, this is like the most normie I've ever heard you sound. That's how normies think, Dev. You like or dislike something based upon what the person looks like. You're assuming because I like the Beatles, it must be because they're Chads. No, maybe a lot of people like them for that reason specifically, but I like the Beatles for what they are. Just like I like to a lesser extent Christopher Cross, even though no one wanted to look at him, like Peter Parker said. Yeah, I like Make It to the Border of Mexico, Fly Like the Wind. Sailing's okay. I never cared for that. From what's it called? Dudley Moore. If you get caught between them, I never liked that one, but that was a hit for him. Best that you can do is fall in love if you get caught between the moon and New York. Okay, I changed my mind. I like that one too. Yes, I like Christopher Cross and Paul McCartney. You happy? All right, what are you guys talking about now? Time Bandits. I might have seen it. I'm not sure. Okay, so wait a minute. You like John Lennon's Imagine, but you just told me all four Beatles were talentless. But clearly you acknowledge that there was some talent in at least one of them at some point. It might have been post-Beatles, but you're acknowledging that John Lennon had a musical ability regardless of the whole Beatlemania thing. So you're even acknowledging what I'm talking about. Beyond looks, beyond the girls screaming, there was some talent there. You know what I'm saying? Watching it burn. How are you? Nice to meet you. Have we met before watching it burn? I don't remember you, but nice to see you. No, I think Todd just he's happy in monk mode. No, Dev, I'm acknowledging that's part of it. Like with Milli Vanilli, the band that made the song "Blame It on the Rain" was talented, but they were old. I think their problem was they were getting too old to appear, and teenage girls wouldn't go crazy. So they took two good looking dudes. Milli Vanilli, you can look them up. That said, because that was part of it. You're right. Milli Vanilli probably wouldn't have been as popular if they didn't take two good looking dudes and have them pretend to be the musicians. You're right. But that doesn't mean I dislike the original song that those old guys wrote. I still like Blame It on the Rain. And again, yes, if the Beatles were ugly fucks, you're right. They wouldn't have had the same success. But that doesn't mean the musical talent would have been there. And even you were admitting that even though they had the looks and they were promoted, there was talent. That's what I'm trying to say. The Backstreet Boys are really talentless. I guess they can hold a tune and dance. They don't write music. They don't play instruments. The Beatles actually had an innate talent beyond the whole looks thing, is what I'm trying to say, as you acknowledge with John Lennon's Imagine. I don't think Joey Fatone is going to be writing the next Imagine. I don't think any of the Backstreet Boys did anything after the band broke up because they weren't fucking musicians. They were just, puppets. So you're using the whole Chad and look thing, which is part of it, to totally dismiss the actual music talent. That's what's getting me, because, you're dismissing a whole segment based upon looks bias. Okay, but if Lennon and Harrison created great songs of their own, that shows that they had, despite their Chad Beatlemania shit, they still had some kind of talent if they were able to write good songs on their own. So they weren't total hacks. I think the Backstreet Boys, what you're describing is more like the Backstreet Boys. The Beatles had, Christopher Cross, it's like great. I'm trying, how many times I explain this? Backstreet Boys, looks, no talent. No music writing talent. Christopher Cross, music talent, ugly fuck. Beatles had both, because I'm not denying the whole Beatlemania thing, but you yourself are admitting they had a talent. Doggo, you've heard Christopher Cross at some point in your life, because you're my brother's age. You've never heard what sailing takes me away to where I'm going. Sailing. You've never heard If You Get Caught Between the Moon and New York City. You've never heard I fly like the wind, got such a long way to... In the car with your parents as a kid, you never heard these songs? I find that strange. Well, Watch It Burn, it's hard to describe, but we were talking about, I think, with the Beatles, Dev Pike says their success was due to the fact they were good looking. I'm not denying that is true, and that played into it. But to say they were completely talentless is what bugs me. And then he himself goes and admits that, oh yeah, Lennon and Harrison wrote some pretty good songs later. So they weren't just good looking, they actually had a talent. He's saying it was 100% looks. I'm like, no, there was a skill there. There was a craftsmanship. Well, how many, you didn't recognize the brick facade of Abbey Road in Westminster. How many Beatles albums have you actually listened to? I don't even think you have. I mean, maybe you're entitled to your opinion, but have you even, I don't think you've ever heard Abbey Road or Let It Be or Sgt. Pepper's or Magical Mystery Tour, the White Album. It just sounds like you've heard I Want to Hold Your Hand and that's all you know. So I get that vibe. There's this Beatles debate again. People who love them or hate them, apparently. Oh, you're saying, well, first, Love Me Do and Hey Jude were different points in time in their career. Well, yeah, they were definitely trying. I'm not denying that. They were definitely trying. There was definitely that Beatlemania Chad thing. I'm not denying that. But you're saying that's really the only reason. I'm saying it was both. It was a combination. The good looks plus the fact they actually had talent. No, you know why they canned Pete Best, Parker Peters? I'll tell you. I'm going to tell you why they canned him. They really spelled this stuff out, but I'll tell you why. Pete Best, his mother was very young when she had him. She was still a teenager. So Pete Best's mother was much younger than their mothers. And Neil Aspinall, who was the road manager, ended up having an affair with her. So these guys are in their early 20s. And, Pete Best's mother isn't even 40 yet. So Pete Best's mother starts fucking their road manager, gets pregnant, has a kid. So now you've got Pete Best, who has a half brother fathered by a kid. So imagine one of your teenage friends getting on with your mom and having a kid with him. And so it came down to, who do we prefer? Do we want Aspinall or do we want, Pete Best? And they kept Aspinall all the way through as the road manager as long as they toured. So I think it was this is really awkward. He fucked your mom, had a kid with her because your mom is so much younger. She's not even 40 yet. And you're like, she's like 40, you're 21, 22. So your friend who's your age is having a kid with your own mother. That's why they dumped Pete Best. I believe that was the key reason. They preferred Aspinall over it. That was one of the key reasons. Well, see, I agree with watching it burn. Again, like watching it burn says, okay, they were good looking. So I'm not denying that, Dev Pike. That whole Beatlemania, they were good looking, especially for that era. I'm not denying that. But as he says here, in addition to that, they were also talented and they practiced a lot. Yes, there was definitely a talent. I like them beyond their looks. I do like the Beatles. And if you don't, that's fine. But to say it's 100% Chad, that definitely helped. But I would say the Beatles, that's why they had the full package. Christopher Cross was too ugly, but he had the talent. Backstreet Boys can't write their own music, but I guess they had the looks and the dance. So the Beatles had both. Isn't it amazing to be both a virtuoso and good looking? Wow, the world is your oyster, as it was for the Beatles. That's why the world was their oyster. They had both. But sometimes talent, really good talent, nothing really overrides looks. But if you, like I say, if you're really talented at something, people are willing to look. Just like if you have a lot of money, or if you're talented, people don't find you attractive, but they recognize the skill you have that most don't. So you've got that. And of course, if you're good looking, you're worshipped. Imagine being both good looking and talented. It's like, must be like the closest thing to being a god on this planet, to be both. And the Beatles, I think, were both. Yeah, they were pumping out Chad style normie music. Yeah. They were writing songs that were like, they wanted to be on the radio. Of course. They were writing stuff that would have appeal. Plus, they themselves, when they were teenagers, what did they play? What were some of the songs they learned to play? The answer is they weren't playing obscure jazz tracks. They were playing like popular skiffle music and popular American tunes, rock and roll tunes. They loved Elvis. So they themselves were playing the popular music. That's what they listened to. So you're acting like what? Again, argumentum ad populum. Yeah, I think the songs recorded later do hold up because the recording technology improved. They began adding more tracks. Like Abbey Road was recorded with 16 tracks or 28 tracks or something. So they sound more modern, definitely. No, I think Todd had a Rumble, but he didn't like it because too much stuff was getting censored. So he abandoned his Rumble. You might find archives on Rumble, but no, Todd, he changed his name. I forget what it is, Mr. X or Mr. Incognito Guy or something. He still has a channel. He probably still lurks, but he's not making content. He either deleted or privated all his old stuff. He's just not active right now. Todd is inactive. The way I would describe him is he's inactive. There might be archives here and there, but no, I don't think he has any of his own content available right now, to my knowledge. Yeah, they keep that covered. A lot of people, I remember one time, what's his name? They don't really talk much. Paul McCartney was on Howard Stern. And Howard Stern asked him that question. He said, okay, Paul McCartney, why did you kick Pete Best out? It's because he was too good looking. You all felt threatened by him. And Paul McCartney was he goes, no. But then he gave a story about, Ringo Ringo was actually the most famous in Liverpool, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, here's my takeaway. I believe McCartney. He wasn't kicked out because of his looks, but the story about Ringo being a bigger star in the local scene, that sounds made up. So I looked into it, and that's when I found out, oh, okay, Pete Best's mother was young when she had him, and she ended up having, when he was in his 20s, she fucked Aspinall. I think they actually married, and it got really awkward that the road manager sired a child with a bandmate's mother, and I think, they wanted Aspinall for the road. They thought he was a good road before they were popular, and they went up and down Britain. So I think they decided, let's dump Pete Best because this is gonna be very, very awkward. And even what's his name? Howard Stern asked McCartney, well, do you keep in touch with Pete Best? And he said, no, but I know the brother. He didn't elaborate. I'm like, why is he still friends with Pete Best's brother? Oh, because Pete Best's brother is like 20 years younger than them and is basically more like a nephew because Aspinall was their good buddy. Yes. The road manager, they were both, in the early 20s. Pete Best's mom was like 40 and ended up having a kid with, you're Pete Best and, one of your buddies fucked your mother and having a kid together. Yes. I think that's the real reason they kicked them out. Well, I know I'm not good looking, Dev, because like I was saying, why do I say Paul McCartney was the best looking? It's not because I think he's the best looking. It's because that's what women, if you ask a bunch of women who's the best looking, they say Paul McCartney. You would have to get a bunch of women to rate me, and women have made it clear to me they don't see me as good looking. As far as, of course, I would love to have some kind of talent. If I were a musician or an artist or anything really, even a mathematical prodigy, if I had some talent that could make me money, of course I'd love that. Not only for the money, but the talent could override my looks. People might say, you're an ugly fuck, but man, you're a piano prodigy. We love hearing you play Carnegie Hall. Or, man, you're an ugly fuck, but you're a great sculptor. I love this sculpture. Man, you're an ugly fuck, but you're like the best architect there. Whatever. If I had some skill or talent, people would look past ugliness for that, and I'd make money. So I'd love to have some kind of talent, but I don't. Okay. Well, watching it burn, have we met before? You've been here? I don't recognize the name. Do I know you? Because nice to meet you, but... No, I'm not trying to reduce your narratives or your arguments or whatever to fit my narrative. I'm trying to offer counterpoints because you're coming at it very one-sided. You've done this before. When your boy Xenesis first came on, you were so quick to bash him. Then the very next stream, you started simping for him, basically. You went from one extreme to the other. And it's okay to change your mind, but it was almost pathetic. You were so absolutist. This guy's a fake, a phony. He's too good looking to be here. To, oh, Xenesis, does the girl like me? And I remember thinking, geez, Christ, man. Have some grounding, man. Formerly Wings. Paul McCartney was in Wings. Have I ever been lean? Well, I'm probably heavier now than I was younger. As I've gotten older, it's harder to burn calories. I don't think I was ever morbidly obese, but the chunkiness I have now, I wasn't this chunky in my 20s or 30s, no. I'm sorry, doggo. Where are your comments? The Geek Bar sounds delicious. Yeah, it's actually, where the hell is it? It's a new flavor. It's called California Cherry. And it doesn't really taste like cherry. It tastes more like some peach lime. It's the best way to describe it, peaches and lime. So I don't think it's that great, but I wanted to try it. It's called, I'm not ignoring, I'm just, this app, what this app does, right now I see myself in the chair. I see the chat small on the bottom, and I can only see like 3 or 4 lines at a time. So if a bunch of people are talking, I might miss a comment just because I'm not the first streamer who's mentioned this. Doggo, don't you stream? I'm sure you must have this problem when people have so many comments that you can't keep track. You know what it's like, so don't take it personally. You know what it's like, of course, right? When you've got like a bunch of people chatting and, some fly by before you can read them because you're in the middle of a point about Pete Best and his mother getting knocked up by the road manager. And then you might miss a comment because so many people are chat. You know what it is. Yeah, but it's like, okay, I want to say this. Xenesis is a Chad. He knows about women. This is why I defer to him. Okay, but it's like saying Picasso was a great artist, so I want him to teach me. A for effort, but Picasso can't teach you how to be a genius. It's inborn. Like, what's his name? Bob Ross. I don't know if you know who Bob Ross is. Look him up. Bob Ross. He's dead now. He's an American painter. He had a show on PBS, and every episode he would paint a picture. Very, very good, very talented artist. And he was saying, this is so easy. Anybody could paint. And in 20 minutes, he would paint like, mountains and a lake and a forest, like, like an American Western scene. And he made it look so easy. But there are probably thousands of people who tried to emulate him who've got crap in their living rooms because, you can't teach a skill or a talent like that. Bob Ross had a natural talent. He may have honed it. Talented people can check with other talented people. Young Chads maybe check with older Chads, but no one can teach you how to be a Chad, just like no one can teach you how to be Picasso or whatever. Or no one can teach you how to be like a great piano prodigy, Chopin. You can't, some of these things can't be taught. They're innate. So I don't know what you expect to learn from Xenesis, that, he has opportunities you don't because of his looks. Just like you're never going to learn how to be a great artist by, even if you study with Bob Ross, you'll just be paying him money to he's dead now. But you understand the point? So yeah, what is your, Good, doggo. So don't take it personally. I see those comments. Don't take it personally. Okay, like I said, Bob Ross, talented painter, no doubt, and he could show you, here's how you take a little bit of green and you put in a little pine tree, and he does it, and it looks real. You got to do the same exact thing. You got to fucking smear of paint. So I'm trying. What? He's an expert. Yeah. What's he gonna teach? He can't make you an expert. It's not gonna rub off. So yeah. I hate to say this. God, I hate to say this. Okay. He knows how women act, the choosing signals, the IOIs, etc., the female gaze. It's like, if you have to ask these questions, I hate to say this, it's over. I have no idea. You're probably right, but have you learned something new? So, the next time the girl tells you, careful, the pies are hot, or she winks at you, or she puts a heart in your coffee, you'll ask Xenesis, what does this mean? And I'll probably say, she was just being nice. He'll describe IOIs that you'll probably never see in the course of your life. Okay, so I don't know what you expect to learn. Okay. But you can only get that success if you follow the steps right, the ones that Xenesis lays out, like you follow the signs right. So how many lower class women have been interested in you but you didn't realize? I mean, is it really that difficult? I remember what Todd once said. He said, even though he was dealing mostly with, fat roasties and land whales, he said, if a woman really likes you, she'll make it super easy. Like Maria. Maria was the one fat Mexican girl he got it on with. And, he got upset one time because he's like, she finds me attractive, so she's cool with me, and she made it very easy. But she's no different than any other woman. She's a fat, ugly whale, and she's got like hundreds of thousands of matches on her her app dating profile, and she's laughing about it. Like, Todd, I like you. I think you're cute. Come on over. Look at all these losers who think they have a shot with me. And he was like, holy shit! Like the sexual market value. I remember that. So the point is, you're saying you had a bunch of your own Marias, but you didn't pick up on it or something. Even Todd the Spurg said they'll make it very easy. Okay. Well, maybe you're right, Dev. Maybe you're a high-tier normie. You're lucky. I don't know how to bring people. I don't think I can bring people on during the app. The next time I stream on the computer, why don't you come on, show yourself? What are you so scared of, getting roasted? If you're a high-tier normie and you have a chance with low-tier women, why are you so afraid to show your face? I might get lampooned, but you're saying you're a high-tier normie. You're saying you're good-ish looking enough. So, Maria, you've got to see her. Doon, 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 go insane and out of your mind. Latina, Ave Maria, do, 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 1,000,001 candlelights. I've seen this thing before on My Best Friend and the Boy Next Door. Fools for love and fools on fire. She walked like she don't care, walking on imported air. Maria, you've got to see her. It was a good song. Very catchy. I always liked that one. Well, you were just talking about, what's his name? Xenesis helps out high-tier normies. I thought you were implying you were one. So if the high-tier normies are struggling, they're still good-looking enough, but they might not know the signs. So I thought you were implying you're a high-tier normie. What are you so afraid of? Hey, Xenesis showed his face. Oh, he's good-looking. I'm an ugly fuck. I showed my face. You've seen, what, Thule? And you've seen, I don't know. You've seen enough people here. What are you so afraid of? You've seen Commander K. I mean, what are we so afraid of here? I'm not trying to, I'm just saying, I'm trying to think of different, you've seen various. Well, it's like I'm saying, like, okay, let's say you're Picasso. You've got an innate talent and you've been painting for years. And then you've got someone else who's young. They also have talent, but they might need some honing. They can learn from them. You also got a guy who has no talent. Picasso can't teach them shit. So yes, if you have the inborn talent, and Picasso has that talent, and you have that talent, Picasso can give you tips. But if you have no artistic skill whatsoever, Picasso can't do anything for you. Same thing. Maybe there's some good-looking guys who are good-looking enough, but they're a little shy, and they need these dating courses. But at a certain point, it's over. Now I'm getting into my real black pill, truthful. I'm not trying to sound fatalistic, but it's the truth. So I don't know what you're trying to say. That you're like a good painter, but you need some help from someone who's been in the business a long time, or you have no skill whatsoever and it's a waste of time. I'm not sure what you're trying to say because you keep contradicting. Right, Todd streams like he don't care. His head doesn't have any hair, but ooh, he doesn't give a damn. So, don't give a damn if you're bald and ugly. Come on. Who knows? Maybe you're better looking than you think. Maybe Cassandra and Don will be like, wow, Dev, you're a good looking dude. Or not, I don't know. You have to ask the girls what they think. You got two to ask. At least you know the song. You got good taste in music. He streams like he don't care, streaming on imported air. Yes, we're still going, I'm vegging. So it's easy these shit streams, these low tier streams, are easy to do because I'm just sitting around vegging. If I want to ignore you guys and watch TV, I can. I'm supposed to be cleaning the bathroom. I don't want to do it. I keep putting it off. I should also be adjusting my pattern because I got to go to work on Monday. But hey, it's going to be what it is. It is what it is. No, I'm not putting you on the lowest scale. You're putting yourself there because you keep contradicting yourself with Xenesis is helping high tier people. Okay, so you're high tier. Why are you so afraid to come on? I didn't say I was high tier. Well, if you're not high tier looking, then what is Xenesis going to teach you? I don't understand. You're contradicting yourself. I'm not putting you anywhere. I'm listening to you contradict, is what it sounds like. I'm not punching. Do you listen to yourself, man? You know, I like a lot of things you say. People say, why do you have Dev Pike here? He's abrasive. You are, but I do enjoy talking with you. But if I disagree, I'm going to disagree. First, you're going on about Xenesis is helping high-tier normies. Okay, so if you think you're a high-tier normie who has a chance to be helped, why are you so afraid to come on? Well, I didn't say I was high-tier. Well, if you're not high-tier, then why do you think Xenesis's tips for them will work on you? It's like... Nayan Nasir, how you doing? Absolutely. Dev, that's the best I can offer you, man. Hey, maybe, it would help, but you'd be too afraid to do this. If you get your buddy Xenesis to stream like I do, and he shows his face, he'll get a ton of starlings, and then you can go on his channel, and you can have, plenty of women give you their opinion. You come here, all you're getting is what? Cassandra and Donda. I've only ever had 4, now we're down to 2. However long that's gonna last. So I like you yourself said, I can't bring you the bitches. Your buddy Zenesis should stream, and he could say, "Okay, girls, here like the dating game. Okay, girls, here is I can't do it. I'm trying to what is Austrian accent? Okay, girls, yeah, this is Dev Pike, and okay, because I'm so good looking. A bunch of girls are here. We want your honest opinions. Don't overrate him to be nice. Don't underrate him to be mean. Just give an honest opinion, whatever your average is. He'll be able to bring you the girls to rate you. I can't do that. But I'm not punching down. I agree with you. I can't give you a bunch of women to give you opinion. Wait, unless you want to talk to Cassandra and Donda, I don't know what to tell you. You're missing the point. I think anyone who is not subhuman can get tips from a person who knows. Okay. So, if I'm interpreting this correctly, you're trying to get tips from Zenesis. You think that anyone who is not subhuman can get such tips. Okay. So, by your own definition of self, you don't feel you're a subhuman. You are not subhuman. Okay. So, if you don't think you're subhuman, why are you so afraid to come on and show your face? You always say, I'm going to get roasted because I'm so ugly, but now you're saying you're not subhuman. So that's what I understand. You're not giving me like a straight explanation. So you're missing the point. For someone who's not subhuman, you seem really conscientious about showing yourself. It's not like you're subhuman. If you were subhuman, I can understand, but by your own admission, you're not. So I don't get it. So what point am I missing here? I actually want your answer. This is a good conversation. So you're not subhuman. So you think Zenesis can help you. Okay, if you're not subhuman, why are you so afraid of getting roasted for your looks? I'm not going to repeat myself. Don't take 20 minutes to come up with a formula, to formulate an answer. I asked a question. I guess I'll go back to watching TV. No, I should be getting up. And cleaning. I really don't want to clean. God, I hate cleaning. I don't know if you can hear that. Someone outside, I guess someone on a motorcycle. Have you heard that? Saturday night, man. Chad, he's got his bitch, and they're just. Chair is comfy. That's why I'm like, I don't want to go buy new furniture. Might as well just take the shit I've inherited, because.
2852 or order online at bionicfloodlight.com.
All mixed together.
There's a lot of shit on.
$5 a week. Your coverage begins as soon as your application is received. Don't wait until it's too late.
Just call 800-501-4152.
Coverage is guaranteed regardless of your health and cannot be canceled without your approval. Don't leave your family with a huge bill for your funeral. With one fast and easy call, get up to $30,000 in affordable life insurance to help cover funeral expenses and credit card debt, and maybe
I'm watching a commercial for life insurance. Okay, what are we saying here? Christ, let's see. All right, so. Okay, there's so much texting. I gotta scroll back up. Okay, so Dev Pike, you say, I'm not at the lowest point, but YouTube has a very high threshold for looks. Well, this channel is a coffee house that almost no one knows even exists. So what are you so scared of? We're not talking about putting you on like, you would actually fare worse if Zenesis streamed because you'd have more starlings than I do. You're not going on like the most popular channel on YouTube. You're going to a very obscure nothing channel that no one watches. So that, that's like saying, I can't appear in the public access. We probably don't know what a public access show is, but I can't appear in a public access show because Hollywood has such high standards. Well, this isn't Hollywood. This is just some local bullshit show that no one's going to see outside the local market. It's like same concept. You're afraid of going on the. You probably don't know what a local cable access show is, but you can look it up. Yeah, hi, doggo. Anxious about your parents. I'm not sure let's see, recent modern obsession. I'm not sure if it's a recent obsession. It's always been there. It's just amplified now. It's primal, but it's amplified in the world we're living in. It's climbing IQ, and it's all about. So you're afraid what a bunch of idiots will think about you? Is what you're saying? You're afraid of being judged for your looks by a bunch of morons with low IQs. I thought you were better than that. Oh, what are we watching on the TV? Let's find out. I should be getting up, doing something.
News stories about the bomber first surface in 1950 after 6 bombs explode in public places, including the New York Public Library.
Some documentary about bombs exploding.
And the New York subway. Just before Christmas in 1950, the New York Herald Tribune receives a letter. Its opening line, "Have you noticed bombs in your city?" The letter is not printed, but the anonymous writer soon becomes all too familiar to newspaper editors. What the papers and the public don't know is that the bombings really began 10 years earlier. The first bomb, a dud, is found in 1940 at a Consolidated Edison building. A second similar device is found just a few blocks away in 1941. But then, as the United States enters World War II, the bomber sends a strange letter to police headquarters promising a moratorium during the fighting.
His patriotic feelings were too strong.
Okay, so there was some bomber who in the early 1940s was planting bombs around New York City, but then he himself decided to stop bombing during the duration of World War II. Interesting. I like to watch shit like this sometimes.
For him to hurt the nation during its time of crisis.
Commercial break. I'll look at the comments.
Planting the bombs for the duration of the war, which he did. But he did not stop sending strange, paranoid letters to Con Edison, the police department, the newspapers, and even private individuals.
When the war ends, the bomber resumes his attacks. By 1956, 17 bombs have exploded. The injuries begin to mount. Many of the trademark devices are found and disabled in time. All are wrapped in newspaper or paper bags and tied with the same utilitarian cord.
The police were clued in for 2 reasons. One, the similar construction of the bombs, and also the letters, which often gave day and date of the explosions. The handwriting in the letters was the same. The construction of the bombs was the same, so they didn't think they had a copycat on their hands.
Police realize they are facing a new kind of criminal, a serial offender whose terrorist attacks are growing ever more deadly.
I think the 70s and 60s, but particularly I think the 70s, gave rise to a whole new set of crimes that weren't on the scale back in the 60s and the 50s and the 40s. If we look at this one mad bomber case, it's very unusual, and that's why it captures so much attention. This whole crime wasn't motivated on political or ideological grounds. He was upset because he felt that his employer messed over him. It's the same kind of person that we call a disgruntled employee today.
The primary clue police have is the bomber's apparent grudge against Consolidated Edison, the subject of his many angry letters and the place where his first bombs are hidden.
The more we understand about the victim, the better handle we have on the kind of person who might commit the crime. Victimology, as much today as it did back with the Mad Bomber time, tells us a lot about the person who commits the crime.
Police suspect the bomber may have worked for the company, but searching employee files is no simple task.
Con Edison, as the name implies, is a consolidation of numerous power companies that had merged in the 1920s. Con Edison's records were very organized, but the records of the companies that existed before Con Edison were a mishmash of different filing styles.
Bureaucracy.
With the police seemingly stymied, panic begins to grip the city.
They were under incredible pressure from
not only the public, but the brass in the department to come up with something, anything. So they were willing to try something new and different. People didn't want to believe that the most advanced police department in the world, in the most powerful, rich city in the world, couldn't catch one guy.
In the winter of 1956, police investigators turned to a local psychiatrist named James A. Brussel.
Brussel worked as the Assistant Commissioner of Mental Hygiene for New York State. In that capacity, he spoke at police conferences, he worked with the police, he knew a lot of people on the force, he was widely respected. So he knew somebody who knew the inspector who was working on the bomber case, and that's how they got together.
Brussel is dabbling in a then experimental technique, developing psychological profiles of suspects based on characteristics of their crimes.
I think we're all creatures of habit. And I think we tend to do things habitually in certain similar ways. In crimes, when people are sequential or serial predators, we tend to commit crimes in certain ways. So as a profiler, what you're going to look at are those habits, the non-physical stuff that indicates habits of a person as he commits a crime, from crime A to crime B to crime C and so on. When you leave something there, intentionally or not, that tells me something about who you are.
After examining the bomber's letters and studying crime scene evidence, Brussel gives police what seems to be an impossibly detailed description. The bomber, Brussel says, is about 50 years old, of Eastern European descent, a Catholic. He suffers from paranoia and a chronic physical ailment. He is unmarried and lives with an older female relative. Brussel says the bomber wants to be caught and predicts that when taken into custody, he will be wearing a double-breasted suit, buttoned. Then, Dr. Brussel gives police one final detail, a daring and potentially dangerous way to finally catch the mad bomber.
All day Tuesday. We'll have to find out that the way they lured him in was him back. All right, where were we? Okay. Everyone was bought into the looks over everything meme, Instagram, social media. Okay. You're forgetting I'm a Spurg. I'm also a Spurg. And I'm ugly. Maybe it's generational. You say you're what, 36, 37? You can't get. Maybe you are still in your 20s. I just don't give a shit at my age. Who cares? So I don't know if that's what I guess I feel like the reason I resent. I get the impression you're trying to hide something, and it's not the fact that you're ugly, because you look at me and you've seen some of the people who have come on this panel. I mean, very few people here are going to win the, Mr. Universe competition. Maybe the guy in Austria in the footsteps of Schwarzenegger, but the point is, it's like you have something to hide. I think that's what it boils down to, which makes me, what's going on? Why aren't you being straight with me, man? But you're almost starting to sound, I hate to say it, God help me for saying this. You haven't even done your passport photo because you're anxious about your parents. You almost sound like a woman. Like it's like you're gonna wait, like it takes you 3 hours to get dressed or something like that. It's like this is getting kind of. I do hate to say it. It almost sounds like a female problem. You're that. I mean, yes, being black pilled, you know how they treat you when you're ugly, but you still got to exist. I mean, if you're a passport photo, a fucking document that you probably, not just to travel, it's good to have as like an official document. You're that hesitant to get one because of looks. It's like, we can't go if my dress matches her dress. It's like it's getting to like that point of like ridiculous. It's good to lose weight and exercise, but you're getting to anorexic, bulimic territory now. We're getting into like mental problems. It's being taken too far in a way. And that's supposed to be a helpful. That's not punching down. It's a helpful criticism. I mean, you can do something like go to a photographer who might be male, get a passport photo taken, send it in, have some bureaucrat put it in your passport. It's like now we're really, I don't know. I showed you my passport photo. I get a new one next year. I think it expires next year. I showed you my passport photo from 10 years ago. I should find my first passport and show you what my photo looked like on that. I should shave. Well, I am too, but I mean, you're taking it to like female concerns about look levels. Like, for the longest time, you denied being a spurg. You would call their spurgs. Now you're embracing your spurgdom. So it's like maybe you should embrace showing your ugly spurg face like I do. It'll feel liberating in a way. Once you do it, you might feel like, oh, I'm here to help you. The greatest gift I can give you is to get you out of your shell just so you can at least, get a passport. If you're having like those sort of like female, I can't be seen in this dress or whatever, if you're really serious, you can't even get a passport photo. It's like, oof. I think I can help. Come on the panel next time. Show yourself. Don't be afraid. It's like when those Taliban women unmasked for the first time and they're all scared. And, oh, it's back.
For 16 years, a bomber stalks New York City streets, planting explosives and sending angry letters. Now, in the winter of 1956, police have new insights into the man they know only as the Mad Bomber. These come not from a witness, but from psychiatrist James Brussel.
After Brussel had given the profile to the inspector and the detectives, they asked him what they should do with it. And Brussel said, it's very simple. Have it printed in the papers. Publicize it. Publicize the hell out of it, I think is what Brussel said.
It is a calculated risk, one based on the suspect's apparent craving for recognition.
Organized offenders need to have their efforts acknowledged. And one way of getting them acknowledged is through the media. And he can bask in the reflected glory.
If you're following what I'm watching, I wonder how many ugly but harmless incels who fit the profile were targeted by their neighbors and associates because, they made a profile of the bomber and they said publicize it, but there could be hundreds, if not thousands, of people that fit that description. How many innocents got accused just to try to, weed out the one dude?
What the media says about his crimes. That makes him feel good, makes him feel rewarded, makes him feel important.
Brussel hopes the profile will provoke a response from the public or the bomber himself.
Either somebody will notice, a neighbor or a friend or somebody who fits the exact profile of the bombers and tell us, and we'll be able to go and investigate it and find it. Or, more likely, the arrogant bomber will want to point out any errors in the profile.
But this is like the Unabomber. I remember when I was a teenager and they published the Unabomber's manifesto, and then it was the Unabomber's brother's wife who said, "This sounds just like your brother."
Will tell us
Same strategy.
and hopefully give us enough clues so that we can track him down.
But the plan is not without risks.
You have a person on the one hand who's a very organized offender, but he's very angry, very enraged over perceived injustices done to him by his former employer.
It's telling me I'm live. I knew I'm live. Why is it? Did I go off the air for a minute? Oh.
All these things about this unknown bomber could have certainly enraged him even more to commit more crimes. It was a dangerous game to play.
Newspapers begin publishing open letters to the bomber, urging him to surrender and to provide more details of his grievance against Con Ed. Finally, responding to an article in the New York Journal American, the bomber gives the date of the plant accident he says injured him. Solid information that can be traced.
He had not worked for Con Edison, but one of the smaller companies that had merged to become Con Edison. One of the clerks going through those files recognized the language and pulled out the file. Meanwhile, the media was goading the bomber into revealing more and more details about his life and his motivation. Those details matched the file, and that was eventually how they found him.
The police act swiftly, tracking the bomber to a Connecticut address, a house that, as Brussel predicted, he shares with an older female relative.
Here at police headquarters at Waterbury, Connecticut, we've been talking all night to a mild-mannered bachelor named George Metesky, 53 years old, unemployed, living with 2 unmarried sisters and a bachelor brother. The man police say is the Mad Bomber.
Police find bomb-making equipment in Metesky's garage. The suspect himself offers no resistance.
It was as if he was expecting them. He was very friendly, very polite. He confessed immediately and then later asked to go upstairs and change before they took him away. The police agreed. When he came down the stairs, he was wearing a double-breasted suit, buttoned.
As Russell hypothesized, the suspect almost enjoys his arrest.
In all the pictures of Metesky after he was arrested, he looks thrilled with what has happened. He is smiling when before his neighbors claim he never smiled at all.
It was just to get back at Con Ed, or the Con Ed as he called it, and to get back at people who had messed him over. And he wanted to fight. Why bomb anymore? There's no need to write letters anymore.
He's made a statement. He's done what he wanted to do. And he's happy, probably for the first time in his life.
Brussel's prediction that the bomber has a chronic illness also proves true. Metesky has tuberculosis, which he mistakenly believes to be the result of a work-related accident.
Police have been doing this forever. You know, I think they call it police intuition. What Brussels was doing is to bring this more on a scientific level.
Brussel estimated the bomber's age by taking the time that clinical paranoia generally peaks, age 35, and adding the 16 years the bomber was active.
So all he was doing, and I don't want to say that in any negative way, but what he was doing was just playing the percentages, and it worked out very well. We still do that. When we do crime scene analysis of psychological profiles, we tend to play the odds.
There were things like the perpetrator is male. The police had already assumed that. Most bombers are male, with few exceptions. That he was probably Eastern European. Most bombers are also Eastern European.
Interesting.
Most Eastern Europeans are Catholic, so therefore he assumed that the bomber was probably a Roman Catholic.
Other information was gleaned from the bomber's threatening letters.
His wording was very strange. He referred to Con Edison as the Consolidated Edison, when nobody in New York City called it anything other than Con Ed. He referred to dastardly deeds and the kind of things that you would read in a pulp fiction book or a Victorian crime novel. This was a man who was uncomfortable with the English language. He got his words and vocabulary and phrases from books, not from interacting with other people.
The meticulous construction of the explosive devices and the formal composition of the letters were behind Brussel's most audacious prediction.
Of the making of the bombs, and that tells us a lot about this guy's personality, how he had to pay attention to detail. So he pays this much attention to detail. What's his house?
He's probably spurred.
Like? You know, what's his work area going to look like? What's he going to look like?
Because the profile indicated a very meticulous personality, a very rigid personality, somebody who was not amenable to change, Brussel concluded that he would not be dressed in the latest fashions, that he would not change his style until the style had been solidified.
I'm not in the latest fashions,
So he concluded that he would be wearing a double-breasted suit, something that was about 5 years out of fashion at the time.
Though the profile proves uncannily accurate, police play down the angle and concentrate instead on the discovery of Metesky's employment files.
How long ago did you actually turn to this particular man, Commissioner?
Only yesterday morning.
Monday morning. So once you found the file, things move fast. That's right.
Russell and his profiling technique are ahead of the times. It will take another 20 years and the involvement of the FBI to elevate criminal profiling into a true forensic science.
The era of serial crime commenced in the 70s. All kinds of serial crimes. And you hate to say it, but the more crimes you have, the more accurate your profile will be, or your assessment may be.
The movie The Silence of the Lambs and books by FBI profilers like John Douglas makes profiling one of the best-known forensic sciences. But both James Russell and George Metesky are quickly forgotten. Russell, who writes a book on profiling, works on the Boston Strangler case and others, but never with the same success. George Metesky is committed to the Mattawan State Hospital for the criminally insane. He resists treatment of his paranoia, but doctors do cure his tuberculosis, which goes a long way toward calming his fears of a Con Ed conspiracy. Released in 1973, Metesky moves back to his family home in Connecticut, living there quietly until 1994. The death, at age 90, of the infamous Mad Bomber goes unreported by the newspapers. But not everyone will forget.
Subsequent criminals like the Zodiac Killer, like the Son of Sam, particularly like Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, all took inspiration from it. They had followed the case, they knew about it. Metesky was really the first postmodern, media-savvy criminal. He knew how to use the press to make his point.
Crime, like crime detection, is constantly evolving. The lie detector, pioneered by men like Leonard Keeler some 70 years ago, may soon be replaced by a device that records brain reactions. The embryonic profiling techniques used by James Russell have been superseded by the precise guidelines created by today's FBI. But as with any evolutionary process, every advance in modern crime detection can be traced back to a prototype, a crude but indispensable blueprint, drawn from forensic firsts.
There was something inevitable.
Okay, that was nice. I'll probably get off soon. I never realized, I understand most bombers are male. I didn't realize some of them were of Eastern European ancestry, like this guy and Kaczynski and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so the personal Jesus passport bro photo, that was me 9 years ago. All right, sounds good. I'll see you on Discord. You'll speak to me soon. Okay, because what time is it? 6 in the morning in England. So yes, I don't know if you're still watching. I don't know if anyone's watching. But I'm just lounging, and I'm going to get up and probably do some bathroom scrubbing in the early morning hours. Part of me wants to drink. I'm starting to get that like withdrawal shake. I haven't had anything to drink in a while. I'm like, don't need a beer. So I'll get up in a minute. But it's so easy to veg. So easy to just sit around and just watch TV and vape and.
It's 19 pounds and 5 inches, and I feel great. I feel happy, I'm healthy, and I look great.
With Lipozene, I lost 29 pounds, and I feel fabulous.
Lipozene helped me take out all that body fat, and I feel amazing.
Feels great to have a six-pack. I didn't think I would have it.
No one ever knows how to react to Idaho, ever. Everybody has an image of a potato leap into their head, and that's all you've got. I get this all the time. Where are you from? Idaho? Why? Why? New York and LA has created a special type of geography that basically disregards all the other regions in the country. It's just one big red state, and everything past jerseys, corncob pipes, and coveralls. In their fantasy Idaho, every day I put down my banjo so I can harvest all the taters in my backyard. Just waiting for the dinner bell to ring so I can go in and watch some hee-haw with my mom. I see a lot of things in New York that I didn't see growing up in Idaho. I saw this guy in the train wearing cat-eye contact lenses. That was his look, looking like a cat. I think this guy wanted attention, so I got down. I looked him right in the cat eyes, right? Just mano y gato. I looked him right in the eyes. I just went... He didn't laugh at all. How do you not laugh at that? That's hilarious. I think he was depressed, so I pulled out my laser pointer, and he had fun with that, you know what I mean? He was... I saw a guy on a bicycle built for two, all alone. Yeah, that's really gonna bum you out, actually. He was on the back, and to me, that just screams low self-esteem, you know? I just wanted to shout, learn some leadership skills. I'm single. I don't even know if I need to say that out loud. You don't gotta clap for that. I tried speed dating. Is anybody giving that a go? Just me and you, buddy? Just me and another man. Here's what's interesting about speed dating. If one rejection a week isn't enough for you, give it a go. 30 an hour is a real rush. It really is. I'm trying to be more romantic. I went on a horse-drawn carriage ride with a girl. That would be romantic. Turns out there are a lot of obstacles. I don't know why all my romantic intentions have to do with going backwards in time. I don't know why that's true. Like 100 years from now, we're going to go, hey, sweetie, you want to take a Ford Focus around the park? Should we do that? That's exactly what we're doing right now. And I always feel sorry for the horse. And I was walking down the street with a friend of mine who happened to be out of work. And I said to him, I feel sorry for the horse. Do you know what he came back with? Oh, I bet he's happy to just have a job. Is that the point you're at in your life? You're jealous of the animals who are working? He's got this attitude like, these horses are coming over here and stealing all our jobs. Do a lot of traveling. I was on a flight that was like an hour delayed, and the pilot came over and said, ladies and gentlemen, don't worry about the delay. We're going to make up some time. That got me nervous. And then he added, I know a shortcut. Okay, I hope so. We're flying. It's the ultimate shortcut. We're going over everything. You know you can go through the clouds, right? You don't have to go around the clouds. Did you Google our route? Is that what happened? I gotta run. You've been so much fun. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Wow. Like, it's like this is a good excuse to do nothing. Streaming for basically no one for like a bunch of hours, but oh well.
We hear Comedy TV about to make. Turn it up. Nice,
What are
right?
you doing?
I'm going better.
What are you doing?
I'm going.
No. man could have a serious thyroid problem. No cardiology to order a 12-lead EKG looking for arrhythmia associated with.
Yeah. Ugh, man. I just don't want to get up. My God.
Crush the life out of my vision. There. So
Lot member, because
Sound of. Look at the words.
You have to really want to see it.
look at me. I was hoping.
Working on that we expect to close this year. So
Red Cloud chose me.
since there were no signs of forced entry, police suspected Ellen may have known her killer.
Downstairs to upstairs, everything proper order. No sign of a ransack or violent struggles.
Dr. Henry Lee, at the time, the director of Connecticut's crime lab, was called in to assist investigators. Dr. Lee examined photos of the ligature marks on Ellen Sherman's neck and found a faint pattern.
And this pattern is a zigzag pattern, which is so unique. Initially, we don't know where they come from.
Lee compared this to the clothing found at the scene, including 7 on CNN and streaming live on Max.
See the event risk increases in age 50 plus.
A family business his father started in 1964. Under his family's guidance, it eventually grows into one of the most successful driving schools in the country.
This is my dad right here. This is back about 1984.
Remember, we adjust them, but we never trust them. At Detective Blind Spot, we always look over our shoulder.
We are the oldest and largest family-owned driving school in the nation. Taught more people how to drive than any other driving school has the history of driver education schools.
The school's growth parallels the growth of another Albuquerque company, Vaughn Company Realtors. In the early 90s, Vaughn reaches out to McGinnis's father to tell him about a real estate
I should probably end this.
program he's starting up. One that
All right,
can
let's see. How do I end this
guarantee
again?
20% return.
It was 410.
I
Let me
was
see.
there when Doug Bond approached him. And so he gave Doug quite a bit of money and started investing.
The investment goes so well that David McGinnis begins to invest his own money, as does his brother.
He always had a sterling reputation. I never had any doubt that he was a pillar of our community.
McGinnis's beliefs are confirmed when month after month he finds a check waiting for him in his mailbox.
Right on time. So I'd always get the check faithfully.
For citizens of Albuquerque, an association with Doug Vaughn is a symbol of success.
I was quite proud of this. It says, Wayne Unsey, the most valuable associate of the year 2008.
Wayne Unzi joined Vaughn Company Realtors in 1987.